from Mr. Giovanelli. Okay. Boy, that sounds better. Just, unless you didn't want to hear me, and then. Okay. We'll go to citizens' comments if anybody has any. Please approach the microphone.
Maureen Mann, Stage Road. I just had a couple of comments about something that happened at the budget meeting last Tuesday concerning the library budget. Perhaps I'm overly sensitive about the library because I've been a volunteer, a friend of the library, a library trustee for many, many years. But I was really concerned first about the implication that the librarian and the trustees had not done due diligence in terms of projecting a maximum salary for the new librarian. Our current librarian has been here for 35 years. She knows her job. She knows what the position calls for and will cost in the future. I have a little bit of a handout here. I was the person who sort of spearheaded the wage adjustment for our current librarian 5 years ago. And at that time, she was the lowest paid librarian in the district. At that time, there were other library directors who were making well more than $25 an hour. And our library has only fallen behind since then. So I think to say, well, you prove to us as a professional librarian that you know as much as we do. Now, I certainly hope one of the things that was mentioned is that you people were also going to do some research and get your own figures so that this time the figures that she has produced you can verify as it is rather than have her go back and do more research. But my second concern is I don't know what most of you do for a living, but I very much doubt that whatever you do, you go and work on a project and then clean the toilet, or you go and create an interlibrary loan job and then go and vacuum. And to suggest that a professional person, a librarian or a library director, should also, in order to get a maximum of $25 an hour, also become the custodian, that should have been laughed off your table. And being a library director deserves respect, no matter who it is. But in this case, we have had someone who served 35 years for this community, and I'm really concerned about the way that she was treated. I'm going to just hand you, this is from, well, I'll just say it, from 2012. Deerfield had one full-time person and two part-time persons. The total budget was $98,000. Candia, Northwood, Nottingham, and Epsom, the four towns that surround us, the next lowest library budget at that time was a little more than $129,000. That was Candia, and they also have an endowment to work with because of the nature of their library. Northwood, Nottingham, and Epsom, when we were funding our library with $98,000, we're spending $162,000, $156,000, and $167,000. And those numbers have only escalated since. So thank you for your time. But I think sometimes I don't think you're doing it on purpose, but you are not showing town employees the respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
Could we request a copy of the data that Ms. Mann has collated, please? Yep. Thank you.
Any other citizens' comments at this time? Seeing none, I will move on to approval of the outstanding minutes, and what I'm going to start with is a question as to whether everybody had a chance to read them, because I know I did not get them until and redistribute them until was it Friday or I think it was Thursday or Friday that I was able to receive them and send them to you. So if we need extra time to approve them, we can wait. If everybody's had a chance to read them and is ready to approve them,
May I suggest we just do the warrant articles for Tuesday? And, like, give it a little bit more time? Or the
you mean
minutes, rather? Minutes.
approve the minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we will, we'll move those minutes to Tuesday, and we'll be ready to approve all the minutes then. We should have both the 22nd and the 29th at that time, I would think. Right now, we've only got the 22nd. Okay, so that's been pushed. Under old business, I handed out a response from the librarian on salary comparisons, a chart from 2015. It shows hourly salaries and total budgets for a number of other towns. Anything that's blank, she said they had not gotten back to her. Everybody should have a copy of that now. And we have received another salary comparison for the, or at least a budget comparison, not a salary one. You should also have a copy of the draft warrant articles that got distributed. I assume there's nothing further, nothing new from the school board?
Nothing other than the responses to some of the previous questions, which I emailed over to you and you distributed to the board.
And I did distribute those, so everybody should have those in their email too. If you didn't get them, let me know. I did not make printouts of them. While we're talking about old business and the school, you were set to drop your budget to us on the meeting on the 6th.
Correct. Draft budget's coming on the 6th.
I hear there's also a Christmas concert on the 6th at the school?
I believe the concert is I believe it's the following week.
If you could check on that, I'd appreciate it.
Most
Because
certainly.
if it conflicts, we're already low numbers on the meeting, and we may have to push the 6th and not have it. That's what I thought. We're already going to be facing some people that are out of town and going to be very close to not having a quorum. I think it might make sense to not hold the meeting on this Tuesday, to instead have the school drop their budgets off for us to pick them up and review them for a week, and then go from there. If this board would like to consider that right now, we'll have a discussion and/or make a decision on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville?
So there's two concerts. I have to admit, I'm only conversational in one of them. The through grade 4 concert is scheduled for the 14th, but I believe 5 through 8, that's a separate concert. The older kids have a separate concert, and I'm not sure of what the date for that is, so we probably should confirm that it does not conflict with Tuesday's meeting.
Let's come back to this once we know what the dates actually are then.
I'm going to see if I can pull them up.
That's fine.
Mr.
When-
Chair-
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville?
No, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you get that information, Mr. Langlois, you can just interrupt and we'll revisit that.
Mr. Chairman, we also have a long outstanding request for student supply list from this school year and the school year previous. Is there any estimation from the school board representative of when we can actually expect that information?
I requested it. I was out of town during the last board meeting, and I've been a little busy, I guess to say. We are meeting on Wednesday, and I'll be spending some time at the school at the beginning part of the week to work on that.
Does that require a school board action, or can't that simply go to the administration to compile and disseminate?
It's gone to the administration, and they are working on it. I just haven't had a chance to reach back out and gather that.
If we could get that along with the budget packets when they get dropped, that would be really helpful, because we'll want that information when we start looking at it. Do we have any further updates to the budget from the town?
I don't really have anything new.
Okay. Well, then we'll take and move on to new business and call the old business closed unless somebody else has something they want to bring up under old business. I don't see any. All right, under new business, we had tabled the library budget, so we need to revisit that. Do we have a page on that, somebody?
55. Page 55.
Way back there. By the way, two of us have a hard stop at 2 o'clock. If we're not done by 2 PM, we will be adjourning and taking up the rest of the budget elsewhere if we haven't made it through. Okay.
Do you want a motion to untable, Mr. Chair, or?
I'll move to reopen the library budget.
Pull it off the table.
Please.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion to removing it from the table? Seeing none, all in favor of removing it from the table to work on it? Say aye.
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 Opposed? All in favor of removing from the table? Do we have a motion on that bottom line again to get us started?
Yes, I would move the library bottom line in the amount of $105,699.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion on that? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So the reason the budget had been tabled at our previous meeting was due to the increase in the full-time employee, as well as the increase in the part-time employee. And so during the last meeting, a well-reasoned response to the increase in the part-time employee line was proffered, and that was to ensure that there's always 2 employees in the library at all times, both for customer service, being patrons of the library, as well as for the safety of the employees themselves. And so certainly I don't have any trouble with that. The full-time employee line item, if memory serves me, was described as being increased to be more competitive.
Correct.
And so, in looking at the backup material that was provided to the committee, there essentially was none. And so that's what began the probe as to why the increase. So
And
I'm well aware.
Mr. Verville, you had said you were going to do a little research as well. Did you come up with more information that this board should look at as well, in addition to the
don't-
list we were given?
No, I didn't type anything up.
Okay.
I'm aware that the current librarian has been with the town for decades and provides a valuable service and does a spectacular, does her job spectacularly. I have no gripes there. What this committee sees on a regular basis, I've been on this committee, I want to say, for 6 years now. What we see and what we comment on repeatedly is that we have long-term employees that move on either to greener pastures or to retirement, and we see line adjustments in the salary in an upward direction, or we see people being replaced with new hires because the other people have moved on, and the salary increasing without the years, necessarily the years of service. And that is part of what caught me off guard.
I would agree with you, and I mean, it's always struck a lot of us on the board as completely counter to what we run into in the private sector on a normal basis. When somebody with experience leaves and somebody without experience comes in, they start at a lower rate than the person who had experience. And I have to think, you know, if I was an employee with years and years of service for somebody, and then they hired somebody, after I left, they hired somebody in to replace me with even more money than they were giving me, I'd feel a little insulted. But
So if I may continue, So, in 6 years of reviewing town budgets through this process, I don't have any recollection of a large salary increase or, yeah, I'll characterize it that way, a large salary increase being proffered by either the department or the select board that didn't make it through the winnowing process. So if it's the feeling that the library has been underfunded, we certainly haven't seen increase for large budget increases over the years. In fact, we see a lot of line items going down this year. So if there's a feeling amongst whomever in the community or whatever groups that the library is underfunded, then it simply needs to be articulated as to where the need is and how to best address it. So when I look at the numbers that have been provided, and I haven't really had much chance to try to understand the information given by Ms. Mann this morning, but certainly the information that Evelyn was nice enough to provide us. When I see these numbers, I'm not sure that I'm in support of raising the full-time employee line from this year to next, and it certainly is absolutely no reflection on Evelyn, I'm sorry, I hate to use the person, I prefer the title, the librarian, any part-time librarians, or any other town employees. But a 12% increase in the full-time line, going from a 30-year employee to a potentially new hire, strikes me. And the numbers are stark. If we look at the budget, as it was originally presented by the Select Board, is a 4.9% increase, and almost 40% of that increase is arising out of increases in salary line items. And so, after considering the information provided this morning and having some time to mull over it the last few days, I am going to move that we reduce line 01.4550.01.110, full-time employee, in the amount of $5,516, returning it to the previous year's budget of $45,428.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, point of information.
Yes?
Before we go any further, the reason that I put $25 in so that we have room to negotiate, if we were to ask to advertise for an MLS, which is the Masters of Library Science, which requires incredible amounts of education and costs a fortune, people would laugh to get $25 an hour. So my thought was not that we were going to offer a position at $25. It was to negotiate so that we can get the best personnel for our library.
Thank you for that point of information. Mr. Verville, you have a motion on the floor.
I do, I just require a second.
We do not have, we now have a second. It's now open for discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I'd just like to emphasize what Evelyn's talking about here. This is not to guarantee a 12% increase for whoever comes in as the new librarian. This is to give us the ability to negotiate with the candidates that we get for this position. Not related to the library, but I've been on several job searches for town administrator and for police chief over the past few years. I can tell you that we lose a number of top-tier candidates immediately when they see Deerfield's pay range. And they're not necessarily going very far away. Neighboring towns that are, in excess of $20,000 difference than us for positions. So this is, I think it's critical not to underfund these lines when we go to look for new people. Evelyn's started for next to nothing and has worked over the years, worked into it, been gracious enough to stay without much demand, but I don't foresee getting a new person and not having to negotiate with them appropriately.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had one more comment that I forgot, sorry. I'd just like to say, to reassure this board and the townspeople that it will be a full search. It's
Thank you.
not necessarily going to just be someone here in town. We plan to advertise the position in the newspapers and on job lines.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Scott?
May I address
You may.
Mr. Robertson? Just to reference what Mr. Robert Chairman, Committee Member Robertson just said, I just wanted to point out that he noted, in fact, that Evelyn, the librarian, started at, quote, next to nothing. Ideally, we'd be looking for somebody that's just starting out that we could pay a comparable next to nothing rate. And I think that's the point of Kevin's motion, Mr. Verville's motion here.
Excuse me, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
$650 was my starting pay here for the year.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you again.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville?
If I could ask Selectman Robertson a question, please?
You may.
Barring police staff, because I think that's a little bit unique, are there any municipal positions that have gone long-term unfilled solely because of salary? And if so, could you give us an inventory of that?
No, there haven't been positions that have gone unfilled long-term. Essentially, we have worked with the candidates we've had, but I will tell you, and I mean no disrespect to the folks we've hired over the years, we have had candidates that the board was very interested in who basically just stopped discussion when we told them what the salary range was. And that's been confounding as a board member, and I think doesn't necessarily put the community in the best position.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Verville?
one more question, if I may.
You may.
There's been very few cuts made to a budget that's up 4.9%. It's my opinion that a budget that has a 4.9% increase is very unlikely to pass at the ballot box in March. If we go to default, what will be the value of this line item in a default budget?
I don't have that information with me at this time.
Is it likely to be near or at $45,428, or is it likely to be significantly more or less?
It's likely to be at the 45,000 figure you just read.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Giovanelli?
I understand, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. I understand your comments earlier that you made to the committee regarding the cleaning and the suggestion thereof. And my history, I've managed businesses. I'm now an accountant. I'm a CPA. I've worked in audit offices. I work in the controller's office at the state right now. And in times where we have been short on money, and believe me, the controller's office has the lousiest furniture in the state, and we're always the first one to cut corners. We do a lot of our own cleaning. That's always one of the first places we've gone, is to the cleaning contract. And yes, we're accountants. At the audit office I worked at, we were all accountants, CPAs, MPAs, and of the like. And we had to cut some corners. We picked up our own cleaning. On the other side of that is this need to hire qualified people, because if you don't hire qualified people, you get just what you pay for. We've all shopped at Walmart. We all see the quality of service where they're not paid, and we've all shopped at places where they pay a little bit better, and we see a better level of quality. So when we're hiring for the town, we don't want to hire crappy employees. My suggestion to the library would be to take on some things that they can within these other lines to make up this $5,000 difference, and to reduce the overall increase in the budget to something that may be more palatable, because what Mr. Verville suggests is that the consequence of a default budget can be painful in a lot of areas for the town. We don't necessarily want to be there. So that's my comment.
And Mr. Giovanelli, I'm going to add to that you have a very, you and Mr. Verville have both touched on something I was going to make for a comment, which is that we have to remember that we We don't want to end up on a default budget. It'll hurt more than just one department. It'll hurt departments throughout the entire budget if the default is what we have to work off of. And we know from historical experience that a budget put on the ballot at a 4.9% increase is not only likely to fail, but it's also likely to drag any significant warrant articles down with it as well, because people tend to go in and just say no. So with that in mind, we need to try to make sure that this is as tight as we can make it. And that means every department. Ms. Levesque?
Mr. Chair, I would just like to make a comment. I believe that the library position has been underfunded for years. And if we're going to get a quality person to replace Evelyn in today's market, we are going to probably have to increase the salary. I don't think this is the line item that we should be beating up and reducing in an overall budget. In the overall budget, this 5,000 is minuscule. I, for one, am against cutting this line item or reducing it. I think we need to have the flexibility that this extra money will give us to find a qualified person for the town of Deerfield. If you look around, as Evelyn did, and you're seeing what budgets are for different towns, you're seeing that we're going to have to stay abreast with those people if we want quality. And to be honest with you, the library is a building, we really need a new library, but of course we can't have it because there's no money in the town to have one. If you look around at surrounding towns, the libraries are much bigger. They're, they're modernized. But I definitely would not reduce this particular line item. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman?
Mr. Verville?
So, I don't know the answer, but I certainly will not argue against Ms. Levesque's point that there's a high probability that we've been underpaying the librarian for a long time. And that certainly is regrettable. That is not the fault of this committee, certainly. The challenge that I have is that the town has a need that's been met, and been met to what I would characterize as an extraordinary level. And we had the debate during the last meeting when we discussed cutting other line items. If not here, then where? And if members don't bring forth areas to cut, it's 4.9, and it's going to go down in flames. I mean, I've got a 10-year history sitting on my laptop. I didn't print it out this year, but I've provided copies, so except for new members, you've all seen what numbers have gone to default and what numbers have passed at the ballot box. And I've seen nothing in the economy in the last 12 months to think this year will be any different than previous. To increase a line item 12% for a new hire, especially when the testimony has already been given that the value, even with the extra $5,500 and change in it, is a, quote, laughable amount, unquote, then to me, it's hard to believe that the $5,500 is actually the make or break number. And I would suggest that we, if we don't want to go to default, we need to find savings where we can. So I will offer an olive branch to my colleague at the other end of the table and say, when we get to the end of the budget, if we found that we have found savings, okay, provided my motion passes, and we find significant savings in other parts of the budget, I will be the first person to make a motion to reopen the library budget for reconsideration of the full-time employee. But we're very early in the process, and we have not found those significant savings. In fact, the salaries add up to almost 72,000, and the total nut that we're struggling with to be flat funded, which I'm not suggesting we have to be flat funded, but for a point of reference, is $216,000, of which we've found about 50 of that. So that's the reason I'm making the motion. If the motion passes and we find significant savings elsewhere, I'll be the first person to reopen the library for reconsideration of full-time employee.
Any other discussion? Mr. Robertson?
I would just, again, voice my opposition to this cut.
Mr.
Seeing-
Chair,
Yes.
just point of information, you ask us to reassess our budget and to make it smaller. When I first presented this budget to my Board of Trustees in July, it was significantly higher. We have addressed any excess that we felt we could live with, including reducing that contract for cleaning. When I presented, it was in excess of $112,000.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Scott?
may I address the librarian, please?
You may.
Evelyn,
Yes.
could you explain on the sheet that was handed out, the column for MLS, please?
That is the Master of Library Science degree, and it's an advanced degree.
So I notice on the sheet that the majority of the towns in this area do not have an MLS. What is your rationale for asking that Deerfield has one?
I'm not necessarily, I'm just making the point that an MLS requires considerably more education. And if a candidate came that was willing to serve here, that I'd like to at least have the option of entertaining that.
But it's certainly not a requirement,
It is not a requirement.
and it's not even the majority around the area.
Right.
Okay.
Just a point of information.
Mr. Langlois?
I just want to make one statement, is that we're looking at a $106,000 budget to staff, run, and operate our library. Considering the asset that provides to the town, it seems like a very small amount of money. I don't think the request for potentially increasing the salary of the librarian, and I use the word potentially because it's going to be based upon what they find as they go out to hire and everything else. I don't think it makes sense to make the cut. I think giving the library staff and the selectmen that flexibility in the hiring process to be able to get the best candidate for the town is important. In the event that they can find a candidate that is, or the candidate pool can be more cost-effective, I think that's great. But I think if we have an opportunity to hire the best possible candidate, we should.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville?
So I certainly don't agree with that, disagree with that on first blush. So I guess the question is, because what we're hearing is we're hearing the library is underfunded. It may or may not be true. I leave it to the trustees to bring a budget that has needs in it, includes some wants. The question is, if the library is underfunded, where is it underfunded? And is it, so basically, what the debate that we're having is that it's simply underfunded in full-time line item. And I have to admit, I haven't looked into the books of the library, but I've been to the library. And I would say that there are many significant needs of the library that probably are not currently being fully met. And I don't think full-time salary is the primary place where best return on investment would be made in the library budget. So, I agree. We're probably not, fully funding the library to the very best level, but adding $5,500 to the full-time salary is not going to address the vast majority of those critical needs. And I would invite the library commission or trustees to perhaps over the next 12 months produce a presentation for next year's budget outlining, basically a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and give supporting documentation that would drive both the select board and the budget committee to increase those line items.
One comment before you, Andy. On your comment, Mr. Langlois, about the bottom line not being a significant amount of money for the town, by my calculation with our current population, that figures out to about $21 per resident.
I'd like to move the question.
The question has been moved. Do we have a second on moving the question?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of moving the question?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
2 opposed? All in favor except 2. Question is moved. There will be no more discussion on it. This is on the motion to remove the $5,516. I'm just taking some notes, so pardon me. Okay, all in favor of removing the $5,516 from line 110? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's
Show of hands.
4. And opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any abstained? No, because we have 9 present today. So that motion fails. We're now back on the original bottom line of $105,699. Any more discussion? Mr. Giovanelli?
I believe that we're kind of, I think our discussion is more about palatability of the amount of an increase than it is about specifically where. We can clearly see, based on these salaries put in front of us, that we're in the ballpark at the 50,000. But 12%'s a big number. I'd like to ask Evelyn if there's a way she could make those 2 digits 1 digit, to make the increase more. Is there a way you get that 12% to under 10% somewhere?
I'll speak with my board.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville?
The fact of the matter is, it simply goes back to whomever they negotiate with and what value they negotiate to. If it's not altered by this committee, and the budget passes, that'll be the number. If the budget doesn't pass, assuming that the preparation of the default budget is done by the definition of the law, then the number will be last year's number.
And I would remind Mr. Giovanelli that this board could make it under 12%. You could go ahead and look at the salary being proposed and offer an alternative if it so suits you, to come down to 9.9% if that is your wish, and make an alternative motion.
So that would be,
Any other discussion while Mr. Giovanelli's,
Chairman,
Ms. Cody?
I felt
Somebody
that the
give her the
discussion was cut off before I could make a comment, which is, I think historically, we need to look not just at other towns, not just at the money. We really need to have a very big overview as to what this coming year is going to, which is totally unknown, of course, but we should deal with the hard, cold reality that, we definitely need to make cuts in order to have the budget accepted. And I think it was more than reasonable to suggest that, as Kevin did, that we could, after we consider the rest of the budget, we could take a look at what we can actually afford to increase in the library and some further figures. So I would actually like to move that we can continue this on the library, at a later time. I don't know if that's appropriate.
Do you want it to table the library again?
Well, I think we do need to reconsider a lot of things, because first of all, it's a librarian, and the library is really, a lot of it has to do with a personal service, and that's actually what we should be looking at first, not just money. We should be looking at employees that are willing to serve. We have a lot of employees that have given their all and over and above, and that's actually what we need, and it's not just a matter of money, and I think that we shortchange ourselves when we think that it's just a matter of money. It's true that education costs money, and it's true that it's very important, but, you know, these other considerations of the bottom line are just as important. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Did you have an actual motion to table at this time?
I'm not sure if that's appropriate or what else we can do.
I'll take that as a no at this time then.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I would note that we don't need to table these budgets. The Budget Committee has the ability to open up any of these budgets at a later time. You can take a vote on this today and reopen it at the next meeting, and I think it's probably in our best interest to try to move through the budgets.
I was looking at the clock. Mr. Giovanelli?
$2,050 would bring it to just under 10%. And it would put a nice single-digit number there. Evie, the question to you is if you had to take,
Would be
we'll say 2,100 for a nice round number out of here, where would you take it from?
Of the,
of the line of the 45,000. How did you get, excuse me, Mr. Chair, may I address Mr. Giovanni?
You may.
If the current budget is 45,428 and you multiplied by,
Oh, I'm sorry, I was using the bottom line, because I was just looking to
Oh,
keep the
okay.
overall increase at 10% or less.
oh, you're using the bottom line,
You weren't
not
using just the wages.
No, I
Okay.
wasn't, I was just using the bottom line to come up with a total number that would make, because most people look at this stuff by the bottom line. It's managed at the bottom line level, so if, you know, if we're thinking that we want to present something palatable to the voters so that we won't end up in a default budget, you know, it's like looking at something for $9.99 versus $10. It looks cheaper. It looks less money. It's easier to sell.
I understand, Mr. Giovanelli, and
So,
your suggestion then is if that $2,100 was removed somewhere in this budget, then that would bring this particular budget down to only having risen slightly less than 10%.
yes.
well, 10% of 94,233 is $9,423.30.
It's 10%.
So I don't see where you're coming up with it.
I multiplied that by 1.1 and then subtracted the selectmen amount.
What?
So if you take, follow me through with this. Okay, so we take the 94233, we multiply that by 1.1 to give us a number that's 10% bigger.
I would remind Ms. Levesque that he isn't an accountant.
We get 103,656, so that's a 10% increase. So if from that you subtract what the current number is, 105,699, you get $2,042. That's the difference we want to gap.
Okay.
And if you round it to 2,100, then you're under 10% instead of at 10%, and maybe people buy it better.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Verville?
I'd like to move the motion on the table at the 105,699.
You want to move the question?
Move the question, please.
All right, the question, you made a motion to move the question. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move the question. Do we have any discussion on that?
I don't think that's debatable, is it?
Moving the question is, somebody could make a comment on it. All right, all in favor of moving the question?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? One. Okay. So we're now back to actually just no more discussion on this topic. Our number is 105,699. All in favor of the budget for the library at 105,699, signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? 3. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Mr. Langlois?
I received a response back from the school regarding there's a concert Tuesday night.
Mm-hmm.
So that is to answer your previous question.
So there is a concert Tuesday night.
Yes, sir.
And
Mr.
we're
Chairman?
already, Mr. Verville?
What time does that start, Zach, do you know?
I didn't go that deep, but I would assume it's going to be sometime around 6 o'clock, but I didn't ask for that information.
What I had heard was around 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So,
The reason I asked, do you want to convene a very quick meeting at 5:30 just to get the budget circulated? And then if those that choose to go to the concert can scoot on over?
well, I'm not sure that we're even going to have a quorum because I've been hearing from so many people that they're not even going to be around. So I don't know. We have a quorum here now. How many of us could make it here to make sure that we received the school budget for a quick 5:30 on Tuesday?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Robertson.
No, I was just indicating that I could be here at
Oh, I'm
5:30.
sorry. Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
what
Verville.
what we've done in the past is move that Tuesday meeting through Thursday. So I would move that we just reschedule the December 6th meeting to December 8th at our normal start time, if that's amenable to the committee.
Is there another concert on the 8th? Did somebody say
There's an
that?
addition, there's a
It's
concert.
the next
The
week.
following Tuesday.
Oh, the
following Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yes.
No, actually, the 14th is a Wednesday.
I'm sorry, the 13th. I have my meeting dates mixed with school board meetings.
Okay, so we're going to meet on Thursday, the 8th?
That's,
The motion.
Well, that's the motion. We need a second to.
Second.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we change our meeting from this coming Tuesday to the Thursday. Instead of the 6th, we'll have it on the 8th. That is the motion that's on the floor. Is there any discussion on that? Anybody have any concerns?
I'm not going to be here.
Ms. Levesque is not going to be here.
excused absence.
That would be an excused absence. Any other discussion on that? All in favor of moving that meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
And will that be for 6:30, Mr. Chairman?
It will be for 6:30. Thank you for clarifying. Same time, same place. I did not say bat time, bat channel. I know. And that
Excuse me,
was,
Mr. Chairman, are we
Yep.
still coming in Tuesday to get the budget at 5:30, or are you just going to pass it out on Thursday?
I think it's just Thursday.
Okay.
I don't see any reason to make people come in to get the budget.
If someone could keep one for me, please.
We can make sure that a copy is
Jan, leave it in the office.
up in Jan's office, or
That'll be fine.
if that's okay with Jan. Okay.
Mr. Spillane, when the building schedule is, tell you that's booked, just tell them I'm aware we'll move our recognition meeting there.
Thank you. Good point. We didn't realize that the room was already booked before we moved our meeting.
And look what budget's coming up next.
Actually, welfare's next. But thank you very much. Okay. Taking notes takes a little bit of my time, but that's, okay. The next budget is the welfare budget. You know what page?
51.
Not too far back from where we are. That's 41. There's 50.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson,
I would move the welfare budget in the amount of $69,777.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson,
I would note that the welfare director is with us and at the table with the microphone. If people have concerns, she would be able to answer them better than I.
I will allow her to give us an overview of the budget and discuss, make any comments that she wishes to open with.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come. I know that there's a few members on the board, so I just want to talk a little briefly about the Office of Welfare and read basically the guiding factor for the Office of Welfare, and that is RSA 165.1, Whenever a person in any town is poor and unable to support himself, he shall be relieved and maintained by the overseers of public welfare of such town. Relying on that statute, the town of Deerfield has adopted welfare guidelines which set out the mechanism by which that is supported. Excuse me. What you have before you is the budget. It is pretty much level funded. You'll see that the appropriations is level funded. The difficulty with the appropriations line is attempting to predict what the expenditures will be. The difficulty in doing that is there's no discretion in paying the welfare budget. If the support is needed, it shall be paid by the town. So the question becomes, at what point there is a cushion in the last couple of years. We were up around this figure a few years before that. So there is a cushion there, and part of that is because of the mandate. The expenditures for welfare typically in the last 2 years have focused on the rental issue. We've seen an improving employment status here within the state, although there is an issue with underemployment, but really a huge concern, not only in the last 2 to 3 years, but going forward, is the rental issue. There's been a 12% spike in the last 3 years. Our median in Rockingham, Western Rockingham County, is basically $1,200 a month for an apartment. And what we're seeing, even the latest figures out of the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, is very ominous numbers with respect to vacancy rate in Rockingham County. And basically, the vacancy rate in rentals is 1%. So the figures are not good. And the hard part for the lower income folks is that you have to be able to spend more money on your rental budget, leaving less money for the remaining part of your living expenditures. So that's where the potential and where we've seen expenditures coming in for the last few years have been. So I don't know if there's any other questions about any of the other areas. So I'll leave it open to your questions.
Does anybody have a question to follow on with? Seeing none, all in favor of the budget at $69,777, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, Denny.
Thank you. Next budget is Parks and Rec.
Page 52.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson.
I would move the Parks and Rec budget in the amount of $69,346.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's open for discussion. Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I would note that the Parks and Rec Director, Joe Manzi, is here with us and can give an overview and answer questions.
I will turn it over to Mr. Manzi to give us an overview and any comments he might have for us.
Thank you. The difference this year in the budget is that we've hired an assistant director. Everything else is paid for through our revolving account, including half of the assistant's position. So, for instance, if you look at the actual budget submitted, you see a lot of different line items that over the years have been funded, but basically either keep a dollar amount in there just to keep a line open. But all those expenses have been absorbed by the revolving account, and the only expenses now are their full-time employee position. We're at a point where it's overdue for help. And so that was the reason behind the position, and that's our budget.
So I'm to understand that for the part-time employee, you don't have a line, you've actually added that onto the full-time employee line?
No. All part-time employees are paid through the revolving account, including their FICA and MEDI. The only thing that's in the full-time line position are actual full-time.
So now you've got the full-time assistant director and the full-time director.
Correct.
Half of the assistant is covered in this line and half is through your revolving fund.
Correct.
That was what I had understood in the past, is that you paid all your part-time employees out of your revolving fund.
Correct.
Because you are the only one who can expend from your fund. I noticed that one of the lines is being closed out, Old Home Days.
Yeah, in the past, a couple of years back, we put a couple of line items such as the gazebo field and the old home days, just to sort of ensure that if we run into expenditure issues, that it was still carrying on. We had it last year. The old home day turned into a 250, and moving forward, we're not. We're still going to head up old home days, but we're going to do that as well as a program through our revolving account.
And anything that you pay for out of the revolving account doesn't need to have a line item kept open in the budget, correct?
Correct.
Are there any other lines here that you feel you don't need to keep and could close out and remove the dollar from?
I mean, in theory, I think we could, the only reason I would hesitate is just moving forward, who knows, the uncertainty of the future, but
On any other given new year, you could open another line.
Yep. All of them could be closed.
Only keeps it open for this year so that you could move money into it during this next year if you needed to move money into it. But if it's being paid out of the revolving fund, then you wouldn't need to move your budget money, and you wouldn't want to move your payroll in to cover gasoline.
Correct.
That's an obligation. So the only money I see you being able to move around anyway would be the Swanson gazebo field money. If you, for some reason, needed to move that into bicentennial field supplies, gasoline, or vehicle maintenance and repair. But if those are all being covered outside of this budget, I don't see those.
Yeah, as I'm looking at that now, if that is stating, as it looks like it is, that the gazebo field is maintaining that amount, that could be changed to zero as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask
Mr. Verville.
Thank you for coming in, Joe. I guess I have two questions. I guess the first one's for Jan. If the old home days has been at zero for 2 years, why does it still appear? Shouldn't it disappear?
Didn't we have a dollar in it before?
Okay, so,
Didn't we have a dollar in it last year just because? No?
No, we didn't.
I think last year, excuse me, we knew that we weren't doing a traditional home day. we're
Okay,
doing
so
the
that
250.
that line shouldn't even be here this year.
okay, so, based on what Mr. Manzi has just informed us, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to add $1 to 01/45/20/01/570, just to keep Old Home Days open in case of travesty. But in the same motion, I'd like to reduce 434 by $1,914, leaving $1 in that line, should it ever be needed.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Now we'll go to discussion, and I will point out to Mr. Verville that doing so doesn't gain us any ability here with this budget this year, because they would not move any full-time employee pay into any of those lines. It would only allow the selectmen to move money into those lines from some other budget, but it won't allow Mr. Manzi to move his money around, because he'd be moving $1 from one line to another line that's got $1 in it already.
Understood.
Okay. So, is there any other discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? And that was to reduce line 434 by 1914. We have a new bottom line. Do you have that
And
number?
to add, I'm sorry, and to add.
And to add $1
to 570.
So our difference totally reduces the bottom line by 1913.
Correct.
So our new bottom line number is what?
I have 67432.
67432?
Yes. Oh, I apologize. I didn't add that extra dollar back in.
I was going to ask for confirmation. The extra dollar back in makes it 433. So 67,
No,
what do you have, Mr. Verville?
I don't. But
You
I'll
wanna-
tell
you wanna
I'll
say
tell
the number again, Jan?
I'll tell you in a second.
67,433.
Yep.
I expected Mr. Giovanelli to be the first one back with that. Okay, so the new bottom line that we're discussing is 67,433. Do we have any further discussion on this?
Can I just ask a question?
Mr. Langlois?
And this is a question for Mr. Manzi.
Yep.
What is the current status of Hartford Brook and are additional resources needed to complete that project?
Thank you. We, as you know, we basically did, we're calling now Phase 1 of the project this past year, which was half the field got irrigated and hydroseeded, and we actually got a ball game of baseball in there. We also did our fall soccer season. Our plan is to do the second phase of that this year, and we submitted for a Land Water Conservation Fund grant. We're hoping we get that. We're also planning to do another citizens are planning to do another warrant article, and then we're also planning on using our revolving account related to those line items to further fund it. But we expect that entire failed project to be completed both sides this year.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All in favor of the new bottom line of 67,433, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
When we had the welfare director at the microphone, we passed over agencies, health and social,
Okay.
which we usually do in collaboration with the
time.
welfare administration.
Just wasn't in that order on my list, so we'll go back to that and do that now.
It
That
went
would
right
be
by me
great.
as well.
Well, out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manzi.
Thank you.
So now we're looking at health and
Health and social.
Do you
social.
have a page number on that, Andy?
Yeah, it's page 50. Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I would move the health and social agency budget in the amount of $34,316.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
I would note that the welfare administrator is here with us and can speak directly to this.
And I will turn it over to her to go ahead and give us some introductory remarks and an overview.
Excuse me, thank you very much. I'm going to speak to the social service agencies portion of the budget, and I believe Jan Foisey will address the other portion of the budget. Basically, the organizations that the town supports through these payments assist the town in reducing its cost on fire, rescue, welfare. It builds a safety net and furthers the safety net that we're able to provide to our citizens by supporting these social agencies. All of these are level funded, and the goal is to assist and protect the most vulnerable population. So you'll note that senior citizens, as well as the young, are really a critical focus of these social agencies. So if you have any questions.
I
There's
do.
no change in the budget as with respect to last year.
I do, because given something that we're working quite hard with up on the State House, and that's the opium epidemic, the crisis that we're going through as a state, I'm wondering if there has been any thought to redirect any of these funds into making sure that our community is covered in the case of need to help people here.
Well, I guess I would start with the fact that a decent chunk of these folks do deal with persons who are dealing with addiction crises. So for instance, you have AIDS response, you have child and family services, child advocacy, coordinated access. All the services that these agencies provide assist persons dealing with addiction issues. Also, Seacoast Mental Health Center is our community mental health center, so they directly work with folks dealing with these kinds of issues. So a number of these already do deal with the crises. So I guess I would, and certainly CASA, Coordinated Appointed Special Advocates, works with the children who are impacted by the opioid crisis.
Maybe a better way for me to ensure that my question is filling any gap that might be here because of the crisis in this town, for our town's portion of the statewide crisis, would be for me to ask you if any of these companies that we do support, or these programs that we support, have requested, due to the opioid epidemic, to have more funding from us, or whether we've been approached by any other organizations because of the opioid epidemic to support them.
We have not been approached. Some of these programs, I would say the majority of these, this is the requested amount from the agency itself. There's a couple of them that it is not, and to be honest, that's kind of a chronic issue for us. We've kept these levels fairly stable.
Well, I know the history.
Yeah, so that there is not a, I guess I would say, no, there hasn't been a specific request. We certainly, as you see around the town offices, we have a great deal of services available now through DHHS that we promote with respect to treatment, statewide addiction, toll-free numbers, et cetera. So that funding is coming in, and I would say actually there's going to be an infusion coming in from the federal government as well. So, I mean, there is a bit of a trickle down with respect to a number of areas in that, with respect to the drug area, but nothing specifically with respect to a treatment center. The difficulty with trying to do that is Deerfield is in Western Rockingham, but we have a mental health center in Raymond, we have a community mental health center in Exeter and Portsmouth. We're kind of, a number of the treatment centers are in Manchester and Concord, so it's not as if we have just one spot that we would be focusing on with respect to the opioid treatment.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, just for the rest of the Budget Committee, I would note that Ms. Grieg gets very good backup from each of these agencies as well. I know that they advise us typically of how many residents they've served. In some cases, give us a very specific number. So these are not randomly picked. They are the agencies that we do indeed use, and we do get backup and verification of the use.
Any other discussion? We will turn the mic over to Jan then. Thank you for...
Okay.
Hi, Jan.
Hello. The first line is the employees' physicals and testing. This is physicals for the new hires for police, fire, rescue, the DOT, drug testing that is required. And that's what this is.
And it has gone up.
Yes, it is, because the fire department is doing drug testing also.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, and I would note that that's a new expense. You don't need a CDL or to be drug tested to drive a fire truck, but after reviewing both the size of the trucks, the weight of the trucks, that sort of thing, the Board of Selectmen thinks it's a good idea to at least require the basic testing for firemen.
I don't disagree. I think it's a good thing to see. Is there any other discussion on this? Seeing none, the bottom line is 34,316. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I believe next would be Conservation and Forest.
VZ Park, 53, Mr. Chairman?
VZ Park. Okay, we can do VZ. 53.
Did you say conservation, or?
We're going to go to VZ Park. I had a request from the board member to do VZ Park next.
Did it come up later in the agenda?
In mine, it did.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can take it whatever order. I'm sorry, please.
Would you like to do Conservation and Forest first?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Let's do Conservation and Forest. It's
Sorry,
next
Eric.
on my list. What page is that?
58.
Thank you. Eric Berglund, Nottingham Road. First, I want to cut the work here in half.
Excuse me, wait a minute. It hasn't been moved and seconded. We're not into discussion yet.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
I would move the proposed Conservation Commission budget in the amount of $2,971.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We're now open for discussion. Mr. Robertson?
I would defer to Eric Berglund of the Conservation Commission.
Mr. Berglund, the microphone is now yours.
Okay, thank you. I guess it would be appropriate, I think Denny had the right idea to give you a little background on just what the Conservation Commission is, and I'll just read briefly a couple of sentences from the RSA that defines it. It's Chapter 36-A, and I'm reading from Section 36-A:2. Conservation Commission, a city or town which accepts the provisions of this chapter may establish a Conservation Commission hereinafter called the Commission for the proper utilization and protection of the natural resources and for the protection of watershed resources of said city or town. Such commission shall conduct researches into its local land and water areas and shall seek to coordinate the activities of unofficial bodies organized for similar purposes and may advertise, prepare, print, and distribute books, maps, charts, plans, and pamphlets which in its judgments it deems necessary for its work. I think that'll just give you an idea of the basis for our work. I think, to me, and I think it's key here in further reading, wetlands are a particularly important functional factor in our work, and that's we have that responsibility to, for example, we do review and comment or approval or disapprove of any impact, proposals that will impact wetlands for construction, or a lot of it is around the lakes that we have. But anyway, if there's wetland impact at all for any construction, we have to weigh in on that, and there's rules
Understood.
to follow that.
Do you have any information for us on this specific budget request, rather than on the function of the committee itself?
Yeah, that's where I'm moving next, okay. I have a bottom line here of 2,971. Is that what you have?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we moved.
We're on the same page. We're proposing, well, if you look at the expenses as of December 1, 2016, we're over budget in a couple of areas, and we anticipate further increases. In particular is the part-time secretary, which we've seen an uptick in research and administrative work in this past year, and largely in the area of Northern Pass research and so on, because we're very much involved in that. The Conservation Commission, together with the Planning Board and the town, have intervened in the process. And then also, there's been right-to-know requests that we've had to do research on, and those have taken up additional time and effort, and frankly, we expect this to continue on an uptick for 2017. Now, the original proposed increase in that area would bring that line to $1,600. And I think that was established back in July, that estimate. So having seen where we are today, the budget in 2016 was $972. Expenses as of December 1 are $1,047 for the part-time secretary line. And the estimated, I think there's another $150 to $200 in this month. So what I'm going to suggest here is that that line be reduced to $1,400, that increase. It will increase, and I think that's in a more reasonable area.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Acting on Mr. Berglund's recommendation, I would make a motion that we drop that line from 1,600 to 1,400.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We are now open for discussion on removing the $200. Does anybody have any comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The line is now reduced. The new bottom line shrinks by $200, making it $27.71.
Okay, why don't I just, well, let me just point out that there's another line Legal services, we're up there, and that may need to be, I expect we're going to see more, but I'm not proposing any changes to that. The dues line, which is shown to be under budget, there's another $200 that's going to be expended this month, so that will be over expended. And that's why we're proposing 533. And I think I'll leave it there and see if the board has any questions.
Do you know what your current balance is in the fund?
Yes.
It's on the page.
The Conservation Fund,
Is it on the, yeah,
295,782. That's as of the end of September. And I would note that, just so you know, most of that is earmarked for two projects that are in process right now, land protection projects. And
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I would just point out that we have a balance listed of 311.46 as of October 31st. I don't know what the difference is, but
this is September, and there has been a delay in reports coming from the town treasurer.
Okay.
I have not received that report, and so that's good to hear. Thank you.
And for new board members, I will point out that they receive money for this fund out of impact fees that get paid when people have to pay an impact fee.
Let me just add to that a little bit. It's the land use change tax I think you're referring to.
Yep.
And that is, that comes into play when somebody converts land from
Current use.
current use into, say, taking a lot and building a house. Okay, and there's a 10% fee or on that, 10% of the market value of the fee that goes to the town. The town keeps 50% and 50% goes to the Conservation Commission. And that was duly voted on several times in the early 90s. And people saw it as a way to protect lands that are important for Deerfield, for open space, and protect wetlands and so on. So it's been put to good use. I don't have a list of all our projects that we've accomplished, but it'll be in the town report.
Mr. Robertson?
yeah, I would note that the other 50% of the land use tax change goes directly to offset taxes.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this bottom line that's now 2771?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Scott?
May I address the director? I don't know his title.
You may. He'd be the chair of the Conservation Commission.
Chair of Conservation Commission?
No, I'm the financial officer, but that's okay.
Sir, as you mentioned that your commission is a May issue from the state. Obviously, the Deerfield chose to create this many years ago, but it's certainly not required under state law. Am I correct?
No, the town decides if they want to have a Conservation Commission.
Right. So it's not required under state law.
Not that I know
No,
of.
it's
No,
an optional.
it's an
and the
option by the town.
The town elected to have it, just like they elected to have this budget committee as well.
I
This was
understand.
another option.
So are there any state or federal laws that you have to do work for? As you mentioned, wetlands. Are you required to do wetland commission work from the federal government and such?
Well, our focus is on the state, although we do accept grants from the federal government.
That wouldn't surprise me. Okay, no further questions.
Any other discussion on the new bottom line? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
I would note that while we have Mr. Berglund there, we could also probably move to the Forestry Commission.
Well, let me
Is
just
that on the same
add,
page here?
I believe we've moved that already.
Did we move that already?
I went out on a limb and motioned.
Never mind.
yeah, that is by the, just for your information, Forestry Commission is a separate organization,
Minuscule.
not.
Oh, yeah, that was the $6. We did that one.
Yeah, I heard you jump on that.
We
the
fully
other
funded
night.
you, Eric.
We gave you all $6.
Yeah, right. No, it's not me. It's Phil Bilodeau, and there may be others on that commission, but they operate separately, although we work together with them on, when it comes to setting up forest management plans for our town forests, which we have 7 of right now, and there's another 8 coming, and perhaps a 9th.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Building inspector?
$31.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson?
I would move the building inspector's budget in the amount of $50,992.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's open for discussion. Mr. Robertson?
I would note that Mr. Pelletier, the building inspector and code enforcement officer, is with us and at the microphone.
As such, I will now turn it over to Mr. Pelletier to introduce us to his budget.
Rick Pelletier, Building Inspector. As you can see, the building budget is down slightly. Minimal decreases. The salary line, some decrease in gasoline, and we decreased the health line slightly. I am also the health officer by statute.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? No questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the new bottom line at $50,992, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. I have transfer station next.
45 through 48.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson?
I would move the transfer station budget bottom line in the amount of $74,591.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson?
I would note that Mr. Pelletier, the director of the transfer station, is still at the microphone and could address this budget.
That's, I believe, why we did it next. I will now turn it over to Mr. Pelletier to talk about this budget.
Okay. In looking at the transfer station budget, there's a substantial increase in the heavy equipment and container line and so forth. My intentions are to replace the plastics compactor this year. It has failed 3 times this year, and we've incurred minimal expense to repair it since I was the one that has repaired it. But the machine is better than 20 years old. It was installed when the station was built. It was purchased as a used machine, and I don't know how long we can continue to resurrect it.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Point of order on my part.
I think you moved the wrong number, did you not?
I moved the wrong number. I moved the first page.
Instead of the bottom line of $374,656.
That is correct, and I would like to rescind my motion, if I can get the second to rescind as well.
Second.
Second has been rescinded, motion's been rescinded. Would you like to make the new motion?
I would. I'd like to make a new motion in the amount of $374,656.
Second.
Now, the correct number's been moved and seconded, but we can still discuss everything that we've been talking about. Does that answer your question, Mr. Scott? Okay. I saw it, I was going to let things go until I could get a word in, but
We can't
thank you
even
very
buy a
much.
container for what I moved, so.
Okay. Do you have anything further to give us for an overview, or should we open it to questions?
There's also a slight increase in the transfer station repair and maintenance line. Some of that, as you noticed, it's actually, we've had a number of repairs, and for instance, the loader used to be under contract for annual maintenance and so forth. That's also has expired, and we won't be renewing it, so it'll be an annual fee for whatever the vendor deems necessary for annual maintenance on that piece of equipment. Other than that, disposal fees are relatively stable, even though we are under contract and for the next 5 years, and that will increase by 5% annually. That's a contracted service, and I think we'll be all right. I haven't increased it based on where I'm at now and where I expect to be, but we should be okay. The balance of the lines are recyclables, and they tend to fluctuate considerably because we really don't have any control over the recyclable market. Sometimes disposal fees are higher, sometimes they're lower.
This year, we did pretty good. As you'll notice, revenue was up from recyclables, but there's no guarantee in any given year where that will be.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, as Mr. Pelletier has pointed out, the primary jump here is the $21,000 for the compactor, and that's both, I think, a utility need, and it's also a safety need. If you've been at the transfer station, when the compactor goes down, and you take a peek over the edge, you may see feet sticking out of the square hole on the side of these things, and men actually in the compactor, and we would very much like to replace the compactor as needed.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Langlois?
In regards to the maintenance on the loader, where is that line?
That's part of the heavy equipment contract and
That's- okay.
loader. If you look at the backup material,
And what,
for line 740, the backup lists it.
all right, I was trying to find the dollar amount that we were looking for in that.
It says 50-yard container, $6,250. Replace cutting edge loader and compactor supplies. Filters and oil, $1,500.
What is the current age of that machine?
3 years?
3 years? And so you're looking at that $1,500 is primarily just a preventative maintenance on it?
Correct.
Is there any other things that it appears that needs? Because on a machine that size, obviously $1,500 doesn't go far.
Well, the tires are in pretty good shape, so I'm not anticipating needing any tires. Cutting edges and so forth, we replaced last year, but again, I did that myself at the Highway Department. So we've managed to keep many of the routine-type maintenance items down, but by the same token, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into having nothing in the event that I did have a maintenance problem or an issue that we couldn't handle in-house.
Do you know the approximate hours on that machine?
2,000.
Okay.
We just had a 1,000-hour service. down
Mr.
there.
Robertson?
Yeah, I would note that we've made a concerted effort to, the loader at the transfer station is specifically at the transfer station. I know in years past, prior to this new machine, we've had loaders that were going over the road for other projects, that sort of thing, and that is not the case with this loader. We're limiting it to the transfer station and trying to keep it in tip-top condition.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Langlois?
I'd like to add to line 0143230170.
Sorry, page number? Which page you on?
I'm on page 46.
Thank you.
It's the line ending in 740.
Thank you, Zach.
I'd like to increase that line amount by $2,500 for additional maintenance on the loader. It's a lot less expensive to maintain them than it is to repair them or to replace them.
Okay, so there's a motion to increase 740 by $3,500?
$2,500.
$2,500. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I can speak to that a little more if you'd like.
You may.
Okay, so the $1,500 that's currently allotted provides for labor rates on equipment of that size typically run anywhere from $115 to $140 an hour, plus trip fees and everything else. So that dollar amount allots for one visit with a little bit of parts and nothing else. In the event that loader needs additional maintenance or service, I hate to see it get neglected because we haven't allotted the money for it.
Robertson?
Yeah, I may be misreading this, but I'm seeing the $1,500 amount under diesel and a much higher amount under, oh, on the back, never mind, you're looking at the background?
Yes.
The backup.
Never mind, thank you.
Yeah, if you look at the backup breakdown, it's got it,
I was like,
yeah.
we're putting that much in there.
Do we have any further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville?
Mr. Pelletier, thank you for coming in. Could I get your feedback, your opinion on this motion? Do you think it's a good idea?
It probably is. I mean, I can't anticipate any breakdown. Zach is in the heavy equipment business and probably has a better feel on, based on the number of hours that the machine has on it, what are some of the potential problems that might arise as a byproduct of age. I mean, for the most part, we limit service to the machine to the transfer station. On occasion, I have used it to help out the highway department upon their request for pushing back snowbanks and so forth. I try to make sure that the help takes reasonably good care of the equipment, predicting what might happen in the future. Obviously, I can't predict. Obviously, every year that goes by, the machine does get older and incur more hours, and the potential for anything with age is that maintenance is going to increase as time moves on.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier.
Mr. Langlaw?
I'll also mention that as equipment, every year that we're able to get for additional service out of that particular piece of equipment will save the town a tremendous amount of money, because as Tier 4 emissions have come online from the federal government, the increase in cost has been anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 on a machine that size. So if we can continue to extend the life of that machine and get a 15 to 20-year serviceable life out of it, if we maintain it, we will. If we don't, we won't.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I would note that we tend to get in excess of 20 years life out of any of the pieces of equipment we've had.
20 good years.
I was just thinking that myself.
Which I'll note is a credit to Mr. Pelletier and his team.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Giovanelli?
I'm gonna go back to the saleability of this budget to the voter and the fact that we have to accept some risk in some places, and remind Zach that they're gonna manage it to the bottom line. So if a maintenance needs arises that's unforeseen, we'll find a way to deal with it as a town, I'm sure. I want to be very cautious about adding anything to any lines when we're looking to try to bring this as close to flat as possible, because we don't want to, if we want to avoid hamstringing our town with a default budget, we have to accept some risk in
And if we
place.
go to a
This may be
default
very
budget, we
easy
don't
one
get
to
the
do.
new compactor either. We'll make that point, you know. If it goes to default, that entire line drops back and you don't get the compactor.
Understandable.
Mr. Scott?
Mr. Pelletier, may I address Mr. Pelletier?
You may.
I see a line item in here for line item .310, TS Engineering and Testing. I see the past 2 years, this has been asked for almost a 50% increase, including this year, which appears to be a large triple increase, if you will.
Actually, what you're seeing is it's flat, but
Mr.
the
Chairman, point of order.
actuals are lower.
There's a motion on the floor, and I believe this is not germane to the
You are correct.
motion. So if we could return to the motion and then perhaps take up this topic next.
You are correct,
Thank you.
but you were also looking at the lines wrong. I'll point it out to you in a minute. Okay, so the motion is still on the floor to increase line 740 by $2,500, moved by Mr. Langlois and seconded by Mr. Robertson. Do we have any more discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That motion fails. I gotta get the numbers here, so yes was 3, Robertson, Langlaw, and Levesque. Okay, we're back to the original number, original bottom line. It's now proper for me to address Mr. Scott's question. Mr. Scott, if you look back at your line, it was, if you look at the budgeted, which is every other column, it's been level funded at 8890.
Yep.
But the actual use has never reached that amount.
Exactly.
Okay. You said it's been increased by 50% when you were saying, when you were making your comment.
I apologize, I wasn't clear what I was trying to say.
So my point is, it's it's overfunded and underutilized. Typically, I mean, we're only seeing two years back, and I would guess that we still haven't got a bill on something for that?
We have yet to have the final testing done of this year. Having been a former landfill, we are required to do testing on a regular basis. There are ground source wells located around the facility, and we have an independent agency that comes in and does the testing, as well as they check the atmosphere in the buildings and everything else. This figure is derived as a byproduct of what they recommend anticipated annual costs will be. Some of the costs are related to based on their testing or how much testing they deem is necessary when they come and take samples from the wells.
Mr. Chairman.
And so we've retained the figure that they're recommending.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
Yeah, so just to be clear, right, the landfill has been capped and sealed, and so the surrounding area has to be monitored to make sure that there's no migration of potentially hazardous materials from that landfill into surrounding ground soil as well as groundwater. And so this is simply an ongoing monitoring system to ensure the health and safety of both the employees in the immediate area, meaning the transfer station, as well as the people that live up on Brown Road and anywhere else that aquifer that sits on may tie into, because aquifers can go wide and long, they can go skinny and long, they can be small and localized, so it's simply to make sure that there's no contamination plume.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, and I would note that if we do find something, as Mr. Pelletier stated, this depends on levels, concentrations, that sort of thing that we find during the test. If we do have a spike, if we do have a problem, we may well have to do more testing than we've done in previous years, so that's why it's higher than what's actually expended. It's a good thing that we haven't come close to expending it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on any other lines?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville.
It's not a line specific, or at least I don't think it is. Mr. Pelletier, last year, warrant article number 7 on the municipal side was an attempt to raise $35,250 for the purpose of a 1.5-inch overlay at the transfer station. That vote went down on a 47-53 split. You gave pretty heartfelt testimony last year as to the need to support that warrant article. I don't see a similar warrant article on the draft articles. Is there anything in this budget to perhaps Band-Aid that over pending the approval of such a motion? And if so, could you point me to what line that might be found in? Or does that not exist?
There is no plan to do any Band-Aiding at this point. Jan and I have briefly discussed it. I think it's been on the warrant article twice now, or it was included as part of the budget one year, a warrant article a second year. I mean, I've made my recommendations. If the voters don't feel it's necessary, then to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not going to sit here and fight over it. If they don't want to, we'll just go with what we have, and if it gets to the point where it gets worse, then we'll deal with it when the time comes.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the bottom line as moved by Mr. Robertson, $374,656, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier.
You're welcome.
Highway Department.
35 through 44.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Robertson.
I would move the 2017 highway bottom line in the amount of $551,934.
I'm sorry, what page are you on, Andy, for that?
44,
That's page
right?
41.
40.
Highway Department total is on 44.
Oh, hold on. Yes, you're right. I missed 2 pages. I would move the highway budget in the amount of $751,753.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Robertson.
I would note that the highway agent is with us to discuss this.
As such, I will turn it over to the highway agent to discuss his budget.
As you notice, my budget's the same as it was last year, other than it's down a little bit, and that's due to the cost of fuels being down. So basically the same as what I've worked with for the last 2.5 years.
I'll open up with a question. We know the cost of asphalt is down as well. Is the intent to keep the budget line item the same because we can do more projects, or?
Yeah, we got plenty of money to do what we need to do. As long as asphalt's down, just like what we did this past year, we'll be able to do more with less, so to speak.
I think that was the question that a lot of people were going to ask, is why didn't we reduce that line if the price went down? And I think
Just do more.
we're just going to do more with what we've got. We always do. Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I would just caution that, given OPEC actions and the cost of a barrel of oil over the past couple of weeks, too, there's no knowing what the cost of asphalt is going to be 6 or 7 months from now when we get into it, so.
Any other discussion on the highway budget?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville.
And I'm remiss, I'm a little bit behind where I wanted to be, and I apologize. If I could just have a moment. I know what I'm looking for, I'm just not exactly sure where it is. Well, I'll start here. So last year, the voters approved a $75,000 to be put into winter maintenance. And how much of that did we use, if any?
We haven't used any.
And so that money's ongoing and it's capped at $100,000?
Correct.
And so there's a warrant article this year to fully fund that to the $100,000?
Yes.
There was also a warrant article to pave a section of road, and I apologize, I'm having a little bit of trouble.
It was South Road?
It was South Road. I'm looking for the dollar amount, if anybody happens to
I do not remember what that was.
Does anybody know what the number on that article was?
I'm going to guess Jan will get it first.
I have it. I'm sorry. It's Article 2. I kept skipping over it. So there was basically a $250,000, $243,000 warrant article for the purpose of paving 4,500 feet on South Road that went down to defeat. There was a lot of talk last year about road maintenance in town and whether or not we're holding our own, slipping backwards or moving forward. So I guess I would ask you as the highway agent, what's your opinion? Are we holding our own? Are we slowly slipping backwards? Are we rapidly?
I don't believe we're going backwards at all.
Okay.
I'm not going to put in for a warrant article for South Road again. I mean, that got defeated last year. I'm not gonna ask again for that. A lot of our paving monies this year is going to go towards a lot of shimming and overlaying projects that we've already done. And like Andy said, depending on what asphalt is, should be able to get a lot done this year.
So I fully understand what you're saying, and I certainly appreciate not putting in for South Road again. Of course, it was my opinion that one of the challenges with that warrant article was that it actually spelled out the particular section of road instead of mileage. So I would still recommend that the Highway Department and the Select Board consider a potential warrant article for maintenance or reconstruction of some length of road to not necessarily be specified within the warrant article, but to be put to that cause to move forward. To that, I'm sorry, do you have a comment on that?
I was going to say, I think with a warrant article, we do have to specify where it needs to be spent. Is that correct, Andy?
Well, I suppose we could create some sort of fund as we do for winter highway maintenance for paving. We haven't done that, but I think there's a way you could certainly do that.
There is a way you could word it to do that, and I would agree with Mr. Verville that I did hear a lot of rumbling from some people that didn't live on South Road, that they felt their road should be done instead, so they weren't going to vote for South Road. It does tend to get personal.
Yeah, if I could
Robertson.
speak to that, the Board of Selectmen hears a lot of rumbling from virtually everybody that lives on a town road.
So to that point, that's why advocated that we not necessarily specify the exact portion of road, that it may have a better chance at passing. But anyway, there's nothing that this committee can do relative to that at this point. So I guess my follow-up question is, do you think it's advisable to increase whichever line it is for reconstruction and/or maintenance of roads to be able to do more roads next year? Or do you think that, what I don't want is, because it's my opinion, let me just be forthright, it's my opinion we're moving backwards. I'm not sure at what rate, but I don't think we're keeping pace. I'm on record for saying that for several years, and I don't want to end up with an echo in a few years of what we've heard relative to other departments, that, well, we kept the budget flat, we yielded to those budgetary pressures, but now this problem is mushroomed, and so now it's much more expensive. So I would rather deal with it now. And in fact, I will also advocate that I'm not convinced that a 4.9% increase in a budget will necessarily fail at the voting booth if the spending is for a priority that the majority of the townspeople support. So that being said, I would look for your input. Is the road maintenance fund where it is to have a flat budget, or is it where it is because that's where we should be?
Well, I believe we spend a little over $250,000 just on our road reconstruction every single year. I mean, that's a lot of money. And I believe with the way things have been going and the way I feel asphalt is going to be this coming year, my personal opinion, I think we have enough money in that line.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Any other discussion? All in favor of the bottom line at 751, 753? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson?
I'm not sure if this is in order or not, but any chance we could do the planning board, a relatively small budget at this point?
We could. I was going to actually ask people if they wanted to take a 15-minute break.
Do we want to do planning before we do it? I see. Mr.
We can do planning
Gutierrez.
before we get to there if you'd like.
If that's agreeable to the board, I'd love to.
For some reason, it wasn't in my list there, but I...
Do you have a page number, Andy?
Yes, it is page number 14.
Oh, so close. Way back early.
It's after the upside-down page.
I went too far. That's 12, 13, 14. Mr. Robertson?
Yes, I would move the planning board 2017 bottom line in the amount of $44,509.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It is open for discussion. Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I would defer to planning board member Frederick McGarry to provide detail on this budget.
I will turn it over to Mr. McGarry to give us an overview of his budget.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I'm no longer the chair nor the vice chair, so neither of whom are here tonight, or today, I should say. So I'm going to be speaking...
As a member,
as a
still
member.
your budget.
That's correct.
I assume you had input if they required any input as a member, so do you have any insight as to how the numbers became what they are?
Well, we're looking at a increase with regard to the part-time employee of $4,100. And the anticipation here is something that we didn't get done last year, and that being to have somebody come in and do the filing. I don't know if you've ever been up into the room where all the files are stored. The files are all over the place, and
I have not. I hear it's a dangerous place to go.
yeah, it's not a pretty sight. So the intention here was to take in increase of to provide for that We're also in the process of changing our planner. This is the contract line, 399.
399, I'm looking at it now.
And our current planner is basically retiring, and we're in the process now of attempting to try and work out an agreement with either with the Southern Hampshire Planning Commission or another part-time planner to provide the services which Mr. Coogan has done in the past.
So this increase that you're requesting is, again, another situation where you're trying to make room to be able to negotiate and secure a position. You don't actually have one in mind or set up at this time.
That's correct. We've advertised in the several planning organizations and received no responses at all. We have a meeting coming up with the Southern Hampshire Planning Commission have them provide what's, I guess, would be called a circuit rider to come out and be able to meet with people who are interested in doing subdivision or site plan work, and then once that questions have been answered, would then work with the applicant to put their application together to go to the planning board itself. And that's the reasons for those for the increases. We also see a decrease on the equipment line, and the others are a couple $100 or $200 here or there.
One line I'm looking at that is an anomaly when it comes to how we usually see our lines budgeted and expended. Your legal services line is traditionally overspent from your budget. And I see that you've increased it by $200, and the backup just says that that's based on current and projected need. However, you have overspent that line significantly this year. Do you anticipate that going from $2,300 to $2,500 is going to be enough based on overspending that line by $800 2 years ago, overspending that line by $1,100 and change this last year, and we're not at the end of the year?
It's a good question. But the chair feels that the $2,500 will be sufficient. So I can't argue with him on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville.
Mr. McGarry, thanks for coming in. Forgive the ignorance. So, the planner, who I've met, but I have to admit, I have very little transparency in what a planner actually does for a town. I think you've alluded to some of it. Could you just give us the 40,000-foot view, 25-cent synopsis of what the value we derive from the planner is?
Yes. The planner is basically the interface between the board and also the general public. When somebody is interested in doing a lot line adjustment, subdivision, constructing a new restaurant in town, all of which would require some action or movement or appearance before the planning board, either for a subdivision, lot line adjustment, or for a site plan review. The planner provides information to the individual who will be making application or plans to make application, tries to point them to those portions of the regulations that the town has that he has to meet. Would also meet with his surveyor or engineer if that's appropriate, the situation. And again, to try and describe to them what the town's regulations are, and to make things easier for them as they come before the board.
So, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. So basically, what you're telling me is the primary responsibility is that they're a facilitator to take somebody like me that knows virtually nothing about any of that and to guide me through the process so that I don't get 90% along the way and realize I didn't file Form X, Y, and Z and now back to the square one kind of thing. Is that?
Yes, and also to make sure or minimize the possibility of you going down one road, so to speak, and get $3,000 or $4,000 worth of surveying or engineering into that and saying, you're going the wrong way, you should have gone this other way. And at times it can actually end up saving the applicant money if you're meeting with them and advising them is the way to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, just to sort of synopsize that, I see the planner as basically the grease. If you've been involved in the planning board process, this is a formal process. You don't just get to show up at the meeting and present your plans. You need to schedule things. People show up with their attorneys. The town has to take legal action, have legal representation to deal with these questions sometimes. By having the planner, we not only save the applicant money, we save the town money as well. And we also save, if you've been to planning board meetings, particularly in years past, they can run from whenever you guys start at 6:30, 7 to 10:30, 11, 11:30 at night. The planner cuts down on just personal displeasure as well.
Yeah, we've had in the past, back in the 80s or so, when we actually didn't have a planner, we were meeting to 11 or almost 12 o'clock at night at some of our meetings.
Mr. Robertson.
As I recall, we also had legal action between various regulatory boards at that point, which cost the town money. So the planner is really seen as a necessity.
And the other thing, too, I'd like to point out that I think the way the board has handled cases in the past, I can say that probably in the last 30 years, we have never been sued, which I think is probably a good point to say with regard to the planning board.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr.
Chairman.
Verville?
So, the planner gave notice that he's retiring, and you've posted, how long has the position been posted? And
I think it's probably been 4 to 6 months.
And you've had 0 applicants?
0 applications, yeah. The problem you end up having is that they look at what the salary is, and nobody's particularly interested in applying for that, even though it's part-time.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. McGarry.
Mr. Scott?
May I address the?
You may.
Sir, is this a position that can be contracted out on a per job or per request basis?
The intent is, with regard to the Southern Hampshire Planning Commission, that they would be billing us on an hourly basis for how many hours they put in, and so that the number we see here, we may actually come down less than that.
Okay, so this is not, okay, I was under the impression this was a part-time position.
The one that's leaving is.
One that's leaving is, yes.
Oh, okay.
One of their options to investigate is using the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission on a per hourly basis when a job or need arises.
Okay. Thank you.
And typically, to a little bit further into that, if we do with the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, would have them schedule a particular day during the week or a couple days during the month where they would be here, and anybody who's interested in making application to the board would then come in and be able to sit down and meet with them and answer any questions they may end up having.
I assume you'd wait till you had people requesting to meet before you'd schedule the meeting, not just have them sit here with nobody showing up?
Yeah, that would be the intent.
Okay.
And occasionally there'd be some assistance they might be providing to the building inspector too, but yeah, that would be the intent, and not to have a meeting without anybody there.
All right. I have a question for Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson, it's not like the Board of Selectmen to allow a line to continually be overspent. Could you speak to the legal services line in this budget, please, and explain why the Board of Selectmen decided not to adjust this in any other further way?
Well, we looked at it, and I think much like Mr. McGarry, we had no direction to increase that. It wasn't seen as a need, and we assume that the board or committee has put this budget together with the chairman and have had some look at it, and we generally accept their recommendation, particularly with regard to such a small difference.
In the overall budget, it's a small difference, but as far as, if you looked at that amount of dollars in our NBC budget, that would be quite a huge difference.
It would be.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
So I have no intention of making any motion to reduce this budget. I think it's been well defended by Mr. McGarry, and I appreciate him coming in this morning. The thing I'll tell you is what jumps off the page to me is it's another 17.5% increase in a particular budget, and we can look at the total increase at just over $6,600 and say, well, that's not a whole lot on a $3 million plus budget, but it's death by 1,000 cuts that, that's the only point I'll make up, not make up, but state.
Following on your comment, there's something I've been wondering since we got this budget, and I'm going to throw it out to Jan now. Is there a reason why our percent column didn't populate? There's no percent populated throughout this whole budget.
We'll have to go back and take a look.
Thank you. Any other further comments? All in favor of the bottom line at 44,509, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Scott voted nay. Would anybody like to take a 15-minute or 10-minute break?
Mr. Chairman, I'll
Mr. Verville.
make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
5-minute break.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are recessed for 5 minutes. I'll pause the audio, but I'm going to keep the video going. I don't dare pause the video. I'll let you do it. I did pause the audio already. Jan.
Dan, what was that?
To record button.
All right, so it looks like the green dot's back on.
40 minutes into an hour-long
We must be good.
presentation, everything off.
And I've unpaused the audio. So we should be all set now. Okay, on my list, next would be police.
Go in and disappear.
Mr. Verville.
Page 24.
Police. Page 24.
Yes. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson.
I would move the 2017 police budget in the amount of $744,120.
That's not what I have.
I have actually 744,142.
Correct.
So I have to look away because I can't.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson.
I would defer to Police Chief Gary Duquette, who is at the microphone now.
And I will turn it over to him to go over his budget to us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So that figure represents a 5% increase, about 4.9 over last year's budget. And so I'll just run down through the lines that were affected by that. The first one you'll see is the full-time employee line. I did request a 3% wage adjustment for full-time officers and the administrative assistant, which also affects the overtime line. And the clerical line went up a little bit. That would be the administrative assistant position. Retirement went up about 10 grand that I don't have any control over. The computer technology line went up a little over $5,000. I need to purchase a new server this year, according to our IT guy. And so that won't be on the next year's budget, obviously. That's a one-time thing.
Didn't we see that on the IT line? The new server?
We saw a new server.
Jan, is that the same server? I thought that was one server that was going to serve all the purposes, if I remember the description correctly from the IT budget.
We're on a separate one.
I don't know, if I can, Mr. Chair, I don't know if that's how that was presented. I don't recollect, but the police department has always had a separate server.
Okay. my recollection was that the description and explanation of the IT said, one of the reasons for the increase in his time and everything was because he was going to need to set up the police's server.
Yeah, if I could follow up on that, I do have a recollection now, and he had increased his hourly per week, and one of the reasons he gave was that he was going to have to set up the new server in the police department.
So we're getting 2 servers, one server. Okay, so the time is in his budget, but the server's over here.
In the police budget.
Okay, thank you. Not to interrupt you, so you can continue.
No problem. Continuing on with that, there was also an added fee in there for warranty service on a firewall, and we now have to pay $50 per month for internet service, which we haven't been doing. Dues and subscriptions bumped up $75 just to reflect what we actually spend on that every year. Supplies, same request as last year. I upped that $500, which was the same thing I tried to get last year as well, just to reflect rising costs. Postage, another $200 on that. We overspent that quite a bit last time, but I noticed we didn't do that this year, so we can probably do something with that.
We haven't finalized the year.
Okay. Gasoline dropped a little bit because they set the price a little lower, so we cut about $4,000 out of that line. The cruiser line, I added another $6,000 to that. We haven't changed that line in a long time, and we've been depending or relying upon a certain amount that we get on a trade-in on the cruiser that we take offline. It doesn't really, we can't really count on that because I never know what it's going to be. It's different every year depending on what shape the vehicle is in, so I thought it would be better just to reflect the actual cost of what the car and the setup of that is. And that's about it. The salary part of this whole thing accounts for about 2.4% of the total increase, and the other things that we mentioned accounts for the rest of it. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I think in general terms, looking at this budget, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but about 50% of the increase is due to retirement and computer-related items.
Yes.
Where would continuing training and such be covered in this budget?
Where would it be covered in this budget?
Yeah, where would you reflect it if you were?
There's a training line in there.
Is there?
It's 811, 3 up from the bottom.
Ah, there it is, okay. Meetings and seminars was what caught my eye first, so.
Yeah. It's been...
Typically, you're using quite a lot less than what is budgeted on that line.
Well, here's the problem with that. You know, with staffing issues that we've had, it's more important to cover the road and cover the shifts. It's really hard to let people go, to send them to training like that. Otherwise, you know, to be fully staffed, it would be no problem using that amount for training. That's not really a whole lot. But it's been tough this year, just being short-staffed and being able to let people go.
I don't see us, and to my memory, I don't think that line's ever spent the entire $4,000 that's been requested.
Well, that just got bumped up last year? Maybe
2 years ago, it was
2 years ago,
$4,000, and
2
we
years
only
ago?
spent $11.95.
Yeah. And again, it's hard to let people go when you're short-staffed.
What does your contract line cover? Is that in the backup?
Contract line covers our software maintenance fees for our records management system, our computer system, covers the fee for our prosecutor. What else is in there, Gee? I don't really...
Looks like spots and a dispatch fee.
Right, which would be the state background check system.
So in the In the breakdown of the backup, I can see how you come to your 32,000, yet that's another line that has never been historically being spent as much. You raised it 2 years ago from 28,000 because you got close with that expenditure of 22.
Right.
I guess. But then we spent 24.9 again this year.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a historical spend of 22 to 25, and yet we're budgeting on 32.
The year's not up yet. I've got trying to think what we haven't done yet. I haven't done for the software management yet, which is coming in. Usually for whatever reason, they don't bill it till January 1st.
If they don't bill you till January 1st, wouldn't that go under next year's budget?
It doesn't. It comes out of this one.
It's exactly how it works, but it's for this year. Do we encumber it specifically, Jan?
The auditors will move it back because it is 2016. The auditors will move it back into 16 if we pay it in 17.
Okay.
If I could, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, not in regard to that specifically, but the board will also meet shortly before January 1st and encumber funds that we know we're going to get billed for after January 1st, just to make the budget stay true to its timeline.
Any other discussion? Does anybody, yes, Miss, you may indeed.
Chief Duquette?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious about when we replace the police cruisers, you replace one a year?
That's correct.
What is the criteria for choosing an SUV over a four-door sedan, which I assume would probably cost less money? Do we really need to have the SUVs?
Well, at this stage of the game, we've got 2 SUVs and one Taurus that are the 3 marked vehicles. So then you get to the problem of changing equipment over. So this year, the Taurus is going to be the one traded in, so I'm going to get another Taurus because I can use that same equipment that'll fit onto this car. So we kind of got to, that's what it was when I got here. So I just kind of keep it going in that fashion so that we can keep using the same equipment. Otherwise, none of the cages would fit going from an SUV to a Taurus and
We've
so
seen that
forth and
happen
so
even
on.
actually when they changed the model year design on a Taurus.
Exactly. So we are getting another Taurus this year so that I can.
Mr. Robertson?
that stuff.
Yeah, just in response to Mr. Carboni's question, the Board of Selectmen has over the years been in favor of having at least one SUV and have viewed having 2 favorably, in large part because we're charged with patrolling sections of Bear Brook State Park and also Pawtuckaway State Park. And particularly during the summer, we've had off-road accidents happen, various things that need to be investigated, and Deerfield also has a substantial number of dirt roads, ice storms and that type of thing. It's important that we have at least one SUV, and we've been quite comfortable having 2.
Why did we not see a number in the actual for that line for vehicle so far this year?
Well, that is my fault. I kind of.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. I actually expect it any day. So because normally we do this in the springtime, so I figured that I would put it off a little bit and wait for the 2017 models to come out, which I anticipated would happen a lot sooner than this, and I learned that that's not in fact correct when it comes to police cars. So that's why it took so long. They have a purchase order. The car should be here. I'm expecting it any time now.
Do you know what our cost is on that?
Yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, right here. So the actual cost of the vehicle was $27,228. I'm getting a trade-in of $4,000 for the Taurus that we're trading in. So the vehicles, we're looking at $23,228, and I'm looking at $7,000 for setup, graphics, stripping down the old car, that type of thing.
Mr. Chair?
Can we get a copy of that for backup?
Sure, I assume we could get a copy of that?
Sure.
Yep.
Since it's something we probably should have in backup. Mr. Scott,
May I address the chief?
you may.
Sir, so just to clarify for the board and the citizens, the police department buys a new car every year?
Yes.
A new model?
Yes.
Brand new off the lot?
Yes.
So if I do the math, there's 5 cars?
Correct. That's correct, yes.
So no car is older than 5 years? Is that
That's-
how that happens?
Well, actually, I've got the black Chevy Impala that sits out there is a 2010.
Okay.
And then I've got a 2010, 2 2013s, a 2014, and a 2015.
It doesn't always follow that they trade in the oldest vehicle. It's sometimes a different
Right.
vehicle they
But
choose.
worst case scenario is they're 5 years old?
Yes.
Or slightly more?
Yes.
And that policy is a department policy that you came into?
Yeah, he did. It was many years ago that the Board of Selectmen took it out of warrant articles and placed it into the line. For the new members, you might as well go over that, Andy, if you would.
Sure, we've had some history over the past 25 years or so that I've been involved with the Budget Committee, and for no particularly good reason, we've switched back and forth over the years. We used to make police cruisers warrant articles. We decided that probably the most indispensable piece of equipment that our officers have is actually the cruisers. They're going to be basically ineffective if we don't have cruisers. So we moved them back into the budget as a line item, considering it basic equipment. There's been some argument over the years, back and forth, as to whether it should be a warrant article or whether it should be in the budget. The selectmen, this present Board of Selectmen, and for the last few years, has preferred to include it as a budget line. And based on experience we've had with repair costs, we've settled on 1 cruiser a year as the best way to keep our fleet up and running. Police cruisers, in addition to their mileage, sit idling a great deal of time, particularly when they're working on traffic deals. They're exposed to some stress that normal vehicles aren't. And having paid for things like transmissions, that type of thing that went right after the warranty expired, we feel it's most cost-effective to upgrade the fleet in this cycle.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
I just want to bring a little clarity. So you're not the first person to recognize the inconsistency in budgeting. There was a committee member, I forget his name, Verville, who worked very hard to remove cruises previous to the current chief's tenure with us for consistency of budgeting. That was rejected by the voters at the polls, and so it would seem it's the will of the citizens to keep only 1 vehicle within the budget, and that would be the police cruiser. You could certainly try to go down that path again, but I would not recommend it.
Well, in fact, actually, Mr. Verville, there was another board member, I think his name was Spillane, who tried that before you.
With equal success, I assume.
With equal success.
Various select boards have flopped on that.
And I just have...
But it is the only department where we have a vehicle in the line item. Most times, for every other department, a vehicle is considered a major purchase that goes through warrant article.
And my only question is for the chief. Do you agree, and does that policy work for you as of this moment?
It does.
Okay.
It does. You know, they do take a beating. Generally, when a car gets traded in and it's got 100,000 or more miles on it, which, you know, that doesn't even begin to equate to the family sedan. You know, and you can see our repair line. We went quite a bit over this year. Took a big hit on vehicles this year because you never know. I mean, we had a couple of repairs that were well over $1,000. So yeah, in answer to your question, yes, it does.
Thank you.
Mr. Giovanelli.
Thank you. Looking at other lines in this budget, there are a few that look like they may be over budgeted and underspent.
Thank you.
Years. I was looking, thinking it might be 1 or 2, but it's quite a few. So, you know, uniforms, that 5,500 looks to be I don't want to say an arbitrary number, but for lack of a better phrase, I'm going to. It looks somewhat arbitrary. Then when you get down to the telephone costs, which should really be going down because of VoIP and and other things. That's been kind of a flat 6,400 and underspent. Next one would be the contract line, which seems to be coming in lower than the budgeted amount over the years. Supplies is another one where there looks to be some room. Postage, there looks to be room. The exact opposite, and I think you just hit on it, was repairs, where we might be under budgeted, but in the end, it looks like some of the increase in the bottom line may be able to be taken out of this budget without giving you, without really tying your hands as a manager of the police department.
I understand what you're saying. I can tell you right now that I've got bills sitting on my desk that will eat up that supply line. We're not to the end of the year yet. I've still got bills coming in. So you're going to see a lot of these things easily gone. The postage thing, we took a big hit one year because we had obligations for sending out a lot of certified mail regarding bad checks and things like that. That is now.
Would have been 2 years ago where you overspent by $200,
Yeah, exactly.
$240.
So we kind of doing that a little different now, where it's spread out to the different departments that are responsible for doing it themselves. So I think that's why our postage is down a little bit this year. But things like supplies and whatnot, I know she just placed an order. I mean, we go through a lot of stuff.
Well, some of these items that you're increasing in are critical. I would hate to see the full-time employee line not materialize, or the increase in the car. Those are important things. That's
Correct.
That's how
I
we
understand what
function.
you're saying, yes.
So,
And in
as
here-
with every other argument or proposition I'm making, if we can make it more saleable, we don't risk the default budget, that would tie your hands as a manager.
Understood, and I mean, I can definitely, take another look at it and see if we can't move some things around or do something a little bit different.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
So, it brings up the intricacies of a default budget. So the question is, can the default budget increase the full-time employee line item? And I believe the answer to that is yes, that the select board can.
Only if the select board gave those raises before the end of the year.
I can
Mr.
speak to
Robertson.
that. Yeah, my understanding, as a select board member, is that the default budget can indeed reflect salary increases made over the course of the year.
If they're made before the end of this year.
Right.
If they are not made before the end of this year, and they are a proposal for next year but not implemented, then they do not carry
Correct.
forward.
That's my understanding.
If I may.
Mr. Verville.
Chief Doucette, so the 11,478, have those been awarded, or is it expected for those to be awarded before the close of the fiscal, or is that for next year only if the budget passes?
Yeah, they've been given. I mean,
Thank you.
I mean,
So-
I'm not going to sit here and.
No, that's fine. I'm just
pretend that they
I'm
haven't.
just trying to get Mr. Giovanelli some information.
That
so-
then falls under the part of the default budget crafting that's called contractual obligation, where those monies are added into the default.
They have, and just to touch on that a little bit, so there's a couple of reasons. The biggest one is that we're behind the eight ball compared to a lot of other towns, and I'm talking about towns around us. I'm not talking about seacoast towns. I'm talking about comparable towns and department sizes around us. And the other thing is that it's based on merit. I mean, they have to receive a satisfactory performance appraisal to warrant that increase as well. And have I denied that to some? Yes, I have. So they have to do their jobs, and they have to do them well. I'm trying to stay competitive. I can tell you that I lost a really great officer to Portsmouth. Now, obviously, we can't compete with Portsmouth. I don't expect to. But that was his, I'll tell you, that was his number one. I did an exit interview. That was his number one reason for leaving. He didn't necessarily, he liked it here. He liked the people here. But money is an issue, and we were really behind the eight ball, and I'm just trying to make us a little more competitive. It is increasingly difficult to attract
Chairman.
candidates.
Mr. Verville.
totally hear what you're saying, and I certainly don't want you to think that I'm trying to
Nope, not
intimate
at all.
that you're giving
Not at
pay
all.
raises willy-nilly, because that
Not at
certainly
all.
is not my point of view.
No, I just
So-
wanted to explain that my reasoning behind it.
So understand my challenge. My challenge, because this is the theme that we hear repeatedly, is that we do not compete. So there's two ways to bifurcate that. One is, do we have to? Does Deerfield have to compete salary-wise with the towns around us? And that people are on both sides of that argument. I certainly don't want to rehash that.
Sure.
The challenge I have is when I hear the claim that we're not competing salary-wise, and there's no documentation in the backup that shows similar towns in the area and where they're at, I have to take it on word, and believe me, I appreciate that you're an honest and truthful man, but it's a lot easier to convince a committee if there's backup documents. So I
Understood.
guess what I would ask for, Chief, going forward in the future, because I'm hoping we'll retain you for the long haul, is that perhaps next year and the year after, that type of backup could be provided so that we actually have some actual numbers to look at, as the library provided us earlier this morning.
Absolutely. That can definitely be done. There's always salary. Someone's doing a salary survey somewhere around here.
Absolutely.
that
I only
goes
have one
around.
other question. So you keep going back that we have staffing issues, and I was wondering if you could give us the 40,000-foot view, 25-cent version of what those staffing issues have looked like and how we're addressing it going forward.
So, we have 8 full-time officers, including myself. I have actually 2 part-timers. You all know my administrative assistant also is a part-time police officer. And then we have another guy that has been here for about 18 years on a part-time basis. So 8 full-timers, including myself. Right now, we're down 1 position. I just hired a young man. But, you're looking at, 8 weeks of field training, 16 weeks at the academy, a long time before they're ready to work. So we're still essentially down 2 people. He doesn't really do us a whole lot of good for a long time. And then I have to go through a process to fill that 8th position. I got 2 new guys out of the academy this past April. The minute they got out, my guy went to Portsmouth, so, it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
I'm sorry, Chief, you confused me a little bit. So we currently have 8 full-time, 2 part-time, is that correct?
one's
We're
empty.
budgeted for 8 full-timers. We currently have 7.
Okay, so we have 7 full-timers.
That's correct.
We have the 2 part-timers, and the
Yes.
full complement would be 8 and 2.
That's correct.
Okay, and so we have the just hire
Yes.
that we just spoke of, and so there's one other spot that's open
That's correct.
from the recent departure to Portsmouth.
Yes.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, when we have a vacancy on the force, is there a delay in filling that position due to a lack of qualified applicants, or is there an adequate pool?
There's never an adequate pool, and we're not the only ones in that position. Everybody's in the same boat. And the other side of that is a hiring process takes a long time. There are so many things that these folks have to go through. It literally takes you months to get through a hiring process.
So when you say that there's not an adequate pool, you're referring to a general shortage of people willing to enter the profession? Is that what you're referring to? More or less.
Yeah, I think there's a lack of qualified candidates. I mean, you get a lot of people that apply. I go to great pains to find somebody that is a good fit for this community. So it's a lack of qualified people. And, there's so many segments of the hiring process that they have to go through, and they drop out like flies, right from the start, taking a physical agility test. And then by the time you get to a polygraph and a psychological and things like that, it whittles down pretty quickly. But like I said, that's a national trend. I mean, we're kind of all in the same boat.
Understood. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Scott,
Mr. Chief, may I address the chief?
you may.
Mr. Chief, if I run the numbers, if I consider the 2 part-timers as 1 FTE, is that fair?
You can't as far as benefits go.
No,
Okay.
no.
They don't add into the benefits lines the same way at all.
Or hourly in regard to the police either.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. So either way, the numbers are still similar. It equates, let's make an assumption that equates to 9 full-time. I'm just making that, obviously the benefits are different, we get that. These are just rough numbers. Out of a population of 4,300, that brings us down to 9, let's say 9 full-time officers per, 1 per 477 people in town. I'm sure you're aware of that number. I'm sure you think about that number. How does that number, do you have any information on how that number correlates to towns around us?
I think you'll find it pretty similar. I know that, I can tell you, Nottingham, Candia, Northwood has a couple more than we do. I think Nottingham's about the same. I think Candia's about the same. So it's pretty similar. The part-timers, the one part-timer obviously has a full-time job. We use them to try and offset overtime as much as we can, but you can't get them in here a whole lot. The administrative assistant, unfortunately, when we're down like this, ends up coming in uniform because I don't have enough bodies to fill all the shifts. So she'd be sitting at her desk in uniform, getting ready, to be able to go handle calls. It's really not a great way of doing business. And again, just trying to, in general, we've got one person on the road, trying to fill that 24/7, 365-day a year thing that you have to do. So it's tough. It's tough when you get down. With the department this size, you lose one person, it really throws monkey wrench into.
And so my question was related to, as others on the committee have mentioned, that you feel that you're understaffed.
If I could stay fully staffed, I'm pretty comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, just for the committee's benefit, a number of years ago, I believe it was maybe at our second to last town meeting, the citizenry made it very clear that they wanted 24/7 police presence, and that has since been made clear to the Board of Selectmen, and that's what the number of officers that we have is predicated on, is being able to provide 24/7. In years past, when we flew with significantly fewer officers, we were not able to provide the 24-hour coverage pattern that's what we strive for in Deerfield now.
I was going to ask you to recap that decision for the new members, because I do remember it coming up as a question before as to whether Deerfield needed to have 24/7 or whether we could depend on the state police and or sheriff's department to cover night calls and whatnot.
And just to speak to that a little bit too, the Board of Selectmen did meet with a lieutenant from the state police to talk about the possibility of relying on the state police, and he insisted that the meeting be in non-public session because he didn't want to disclose how few state troopers are actually on patrol in New Hampshire, particularly in the evening, which gave us, I think, some insight into how much we could rely on the state troopers and the sheriff's
For
department.
Deerfield, their jurisdiction would be our state roads, correct?
My understanding.
107, 43? Maybe the chief can touch on that.
I'm pretty sure that the way it works is that towns with populations of either 3,000 or 3,500 and over, they have no jurisdiction in. It's the local.
Even on the state roads?
I'm pretty sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the way the law works, but I'm not 100% sure about the state roads. I mean, I could find that out. As it stands, we all, all these communities around here, we all rely heavily on each other for mutual aid. Because, like I say, there's usually one person out there, and it's pretty much the same way for everybody. So there's a lot of mutual aid assistance going on regularly.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville.
Just because we have to be very careful about language, it's my understanding that the state police have jurisdiction anywhere in the state. I think what we're really saying is that we are not relying on them to patrol 107 and 43, even though they're state roads. But clearly, if you're going 70 miles an hour down 43 and a state trooper catches you doing that, you're likely to at least have a brief conversation with that individual, I would think.
Actually, in the state of New Hampshire, and I found this a little unusual because I'm not from here, the actual sheriff's departments are the ones that actually have statewide jurisdiction.
Absolutely. I was going to make that comment because I did have a friend of mine I was talking to the other day who's a sheriff, and he said, you wouldn't believe it, but we have statewide jurisdiction.
They have
Even though
true
we're in a
statewide.
sheriff to a certain county, and he had actually reported to somebody's house to arrest them, and they said, because he had found them on a scene of a crime, and they thought they were scot-free because they lived on a whole different part of the state, and when he showed up at their door, they said, well, you can't come and get me here. He said, surprise, I have jurisdiction everywhere. So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Just one last point, and I certainly don't want to relitigate it, but I will mention it. There's also a significant portion of the population of Deerfield that prefers to keep the police department under a specific head count to eliminate the potentiality of having a unionized police force. Now,
Absolutely, and I believe that number is 10 full-time officers or something.
The select board member will tell you the select board does not make decisions based on that. I assume the chief does not either. But just for full disclosure, that has been a perennial favorite.
Mr. Langlois?
Just a couple questions for the chief. if I may.
Absolutely.
So you had mentioned at the beginning of our discussion that when a new hire is brought on, there's 8 weeks of field training and 16 weeks at the academy.
That's correct.
That's only when hiring a fresh officer,
That's correct.
and so we lose 24 weeks of patrol time for that officer while they're
At a
on.
minimum. You know, so the next academy doesn't begin till January. If I can get him into it, if I can't, then it won't be until the next one comes up in April. It's pretty full up right now. It's kind of a timing thing and luck of the draw. So there's no guarantee that I'm going to get him in January, so that even extends it even more.
So, in all fairness, that hiring process from date of hire to being able to put that officer on the street by themselves could be 9 months?
It could be a year easily.
Okay. And then how often is Deerfield able to hire experienced officers that don't need to go through that process?
We don't really pay enough or offer enough, and nothing, you know, it's a small community, okay? There's not a lot of room for upward mobility, there's not a lot of room for specialization in the field. So ultimately, you know, we're not going to attract really well-qualified, experienced people.
So,
and in my experience, anybody that does show up at the door that is certified, there's a certain amount of baggage attached to that. There's a reason for it. I mean, I'm not, you know, that's the way it is.
so in that hiring process, obviously, the biggest challenge for you then is to retain the people that you've made that 9-month to 12-month commitment to.
That's correct, yes.
And so having those adjustments to salary scales, is that the biggest reason for losing those officers?
I would say yes, it is. I think that, you know, the people that work here and the people that accept a job here, I mean, again, I look for people that fit into this, that I think will fit this community. So, you know, once you've got that, yeah, it's money is a huge issue. And training is a big issue, which is why I hate to do anything with that training line. I just haven't been able to use it the way that I'd like to because of the short staffing.
And so, based upon that, say, 9-month turn time, the additional expense that the town incurs obviously is an increase in overtime while we're covering.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, we do the best we can. You know, that's where I try to utilize the part-timers. I fill half shifts we work 10-hour shifts. If I can get away with filling 4 hours, 5 hours, I will do that as opposed to filling the whole 10-hour shift. I try to minimize it as much as I can, but absolute increase in overtime costs.
And last question, are the raises that you have, at least as budgeted, significant enough to help you retain the employees that the town is making the investment to train?
You know, I don't know if it's significant enough. I know that, you know, I go into this trying not to be too greedy, and I know it's tough, and I can tell you that it's very much appreciated by the employees that are here. So I think it goes a long way, all the way around.
I think I have one more question, if I may.
Mr. Langlois?
And just as, to confirm something, while those officers are at the academy and while they are in the field training,
Yes.
Are they on payroll?
They are.
At their
Yes.
regular rate? It's not a reduced rate or anything along those?
No, they're on their regular rate, and, you know, I mean, the academy requires a lot more than 40 hours a week, too, so they put in a lot of time, but yes, they're on the payroll for.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Scott,
May I address the chief?
you may.
Chief, can you reiterate the Portsmouth loss again? So to speak to Mr. Langlois' question, you you sent this gentleman to academy and field training and then went to hire him and he went somewhere else. So we ended up paying for all that and then lost that person. Is that right?
So he is hired, we hire him first, and then they go through, you know, all the training portion of everything. So we got 2 years out of him, that was it, which, I get it, I'm not naive, I don't expect a 20-something-year-old to come in here and spend his entire career here. Inevitably, I'd like to get a few years out of him if I can. And so, you know, I got 2 years out of this young man.
Okay.
One of which was basically eaten up
Right.
with training.
Absolutely, yes.
So my question is, in the private sector, the way we handle that is through non-competes. Are you allowed to do any sort of non-compete agreements with these employees that Deerfield's basically paying to train them and then losing them?
It's interesting you asked that because I did do that with this last young man that I hired. I hadn't been doing it. I kind of struggle with that because you know, if people want to stay here, great, but I don't want to force them to. But
Understood.
I actually did that with this for
How many years?
3 years.
3 years?
Yes.
So after 3 years, he's free to decide to move
That's
elsewhere?
correct, yes.
I think that's a good policy, actually. We run into it in the private sector all the time,
Right.
Yeah.
especially if they're sending you to expensive training.
Okay, thank you.
You had a question, Mr. Carboni?
I'd like to address the chief.
You may.
Chief, when you hire these new people and they go to the academy, do they have to sign any kind of a contract to work for such and such period of time so that we can?
That's what we were just talking about.
I believe that was the question that he just asked, sir.
Yeah.
And as I said in the past, I hadn't done that, but I have done that with this
Yeah.
recent hire that I just did for 3 years, through a 3-year contract.
3-year contract?
Yes, sir.
But even at that, if they move on after that, we're still losing money in the long run.
We are.
So wouldn't it be more cost-effective to just pay them a little bit more money to start off with?
It's, again, I think I've agreed that is an issue here, yes.
Mr. Langlois,
I'd just like to ask Chief one more question.
you may.
So, as a clarification, that most recent employee that you hired with a non-compete, is that a non-compete or is that a contract to stay on? I have concerns or questions regarding the answer either way, but I'm curious to see what the first part of it is.
Well, I guess I'm not really sure what you mean by non-compete.
Well, so Mr. Scott used the term non-compete, and essentially, an enforceable non-compete would state that you are not to leave one position to go into another position in the same field within either a certain distance or a certain amount of time. And it's typically, in New Hampshire, very difficult to enforce a non-compete, and usually kind of held to management-level positions where they have specific information regarding a company and how it's operated. Where an employment contract would just say that, you know, we're agreeing to hire you and provide the training for 3 years of service. So I guess that's the first point of clarification.
It's an employment contract.
It's an employment contract, okay. So, that being said, in that employment contract, obviously in New Hampshire, your employees are all at will, so they can be terminated at any time with no cause. Do you have concerns that that employee, if they decided in 1.5 or 2 years, wanted to leave your department to go to another department for financial reasons, would seem to be the most apparent reason why it would occur, that employee could very simply just become disenfranchised with his job, lack on performance, and then transfer on and move on to another department? I'm not saying that person would, but
Right.
it's more of a concern with the process.
Yeah.
Where I think a contracting that employee, I don't think that fixes the problem. I think that places a Band-Aid on it more than anything else.
I don't disagree with that at all. And, you know, a new police officer is a probationary employee from, it's a year, but it's a year from graduation from the academy. So they're on probation for quite a while. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know, it is not, it's certainly not a cure-all for everything. I'm just, you know, it's kind of a common practice in this area, and I had done it before, so I just thought, you know, I'll see what I can do to, you know, see how it works. Hasn't been
Mr. Verville.
tested, so I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
so
Verville.
The only thing I'll say is, I don't think that Deerfield is in the position to pay, especially new employees on the force, a salary that would take us out of the realm of being a farm league. I don't think Deerfield has the resources to be able to retain officers against poaching from places such as Portsmouth, Nashua, Manchester, Concord, Rochester, Dover. I mean, the laundry list is very, very long. So
Any other, Mr. Langwell?
I was going to say, my only response to that is, this is, I think, proving to become a very expensive farm league that we're running here. We spend an exorbitant amount of money trying to train new officers when it would cost the town a significant amount of less to retain the officers that it's trained. Plus, you get the benefit of their experience with the community and the town and everything else.
Mr. Chairman, I'd want to
Mr.
see,
Verville.
I'd want to see that laid out as to what the longevity cost would be, because when you start higher and you go through somebody that does retain for 10 or 20 years, then there's significant cost with that. And so if you actually set it to a point where you think you would retain for the long haul, you might actually find that costs you a lot more. I'd really want to see an analysis of those numbers before we would make such a policy decision versus the inconvenience of
I think we're digressing because I don't think any such policy decision is going to be made by this board at this time, and we are approaching noon and have a lot to do. Do we have any other discussion on the budget? Mr. Giovanelli?
I'd like to make a motion.
There we go.
And your motion would be?
My motion would be to reduce line 01, 4210, 01292 for uniforms by $1,300. All of these reductions and changes are meant to reflect an
Actuals.
approximate of
Yep.
the actual with a little bit of a buffer, so that aggregately they'll still leave you some wiggle room. I'd like to reduce 01, 4210, 01341.
You can just use the last three. We're all in that, just use the last three digits.
Okay,
just
the
to
last
save
three
us
digits.
time.
I
Last three
understand.
digits, yeah.
I'd like to reduce that by 900.
Which number was that?
That is 341 for
Okay,
telephones.
341.
399 for contracts by 2,000. 610 for supplies by 500. 625 for postage by 100. I would like to increase line 660 for maintenance and repairs of vehicles by 2,000. Decrease line 670 for books and periodicals by 250. Decrease the photo and video equipment line, number 682, by 199 to leave it open, but to leave just $1 in there. The miscellaneous line at 690, we could reduce that by 200. Line 740 for electronic equipment to reduce by 400. Electronic equipment, the next line at 741, reduced by 225. And then for meetings, seminars, and training, reduce that by 3,000. Only based on your 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards, having a hard time getting them there anyway, comment. Not that I'm not a fan of training and making our employees better, but just the feasibility of sending them. And that would, if my math is right, someone could double check me. I believe that would lower the bottom line by $7,074. It leaves all the room for the important stuff and still a little bit of wiggle room, I hope.
Well, again, you have to understand, there are still bills coming in. The supply line that you're seeking to cut is gonna be gone. The training, for $1,000 for training, it doesn't allow for anything. And I am simply saying that I'm not always gonna be in a position of not being able to send people to training. I kind of fought a while back to get that in there. You looking at you pointing out the supply line? Yeah, that's gone. It's gone. I've got invoices coming in. I mean, pretty much all those things that you mentioned, the miscellaneous covers, I have to pay for polygraphs, psychologicals.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
There's no second.
There is not a second yet. We should not be discussing yet.
Oh, my apology. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Verville. Mr. Giovanelli's made a motion. The accumulated effect of his motion would be by reducing many of the lines to be more realistic with what their actuals have been over the last 2 years, to bring a minus $7,040 to the bottom line in an attempt to try to get this to the palatable budget level. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I would just note exactly what the chief has said. The uniform line is going to change, as well as the supply line. But I would also note that the date on the budget worksheets we have is earlier in November, and I don't think you're going to see these lines have as drastic a difference as is illustrated in this particular page.
15 reflects differences, too. I was looking at both differences and estimating them. I took 15 into consideration and considering where we might end up with 16. I am not aware of extraordinary items in there that the chief would be aware of, because he knows exactly what invoices are sitting on his desk.
I just outfitted the new guy to the tune of $1,200. I just ordered 2 new bulletproof vests for people at $1,000 a piece. I'm just waiting for the bills to come in.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
Just so we're all clear, right, the motion on the floor is to reduce next year's budget, and so it won't have an effect on any invoices that come in between now and the end of the year. I do
Correct.
understand that it impacts the numbers that maybe Mr. Giovanelli is considering in arriving at his dollar amounts, but it will not impact any of those purchases.
Correct. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to reduce various lines by the requested amounts, I'm not going to read through them all, with a cumulative effect of minus $7,040, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Nay.
4 to 5, it fails.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
I'd like to move the question at the 744-142, please.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Question is going to be moved. All in favor of stopping discussion and moving to the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Question's been moved. There'll be no further discussion. The bottom line is at its 744-142 number. All those in favor of that bottom line item at 744-142, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm seeing us on fire and rescue.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Robertson.
Quick note, the rescue director suffered a family medical emergency and is not going to be with us today, so I will address that as best I can with Jan's help. But
Okay.
that said, if I can move the fire budget?
Do you have a page?
I do. It is page 27. And I would move the proposed fire department budget in the amount of $157,360.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson.
I would note that the fire chief is with us and can address the specifics of the budget.
Good morning.
Morning.
What would you like, what could I help you on to explain some situations of the budget?
Why don't you give us an overview of the big changes?
We are adding, a complete set of a combi kit. What it is, it stabilizes the jack-up vehicles, stabilize them during extrication or anything like that. We're adding a spreader. This past summer, I was able to get a $10,000 grant to buy a cutter, and we already had a spreader. During the summer, we had a serious accident up on Mount Delight, and we had to use 2 sets of jaws. Our old set that we got from a grant about 20 years ago is not capable of cutting the newer vehicles, or it's a hydraulic set. It's pretty tired. So this couple months ago, I went to the town, asked if the town could give me some money towards another cutter so we could have a set on the rescue truck as well as our engine 4 at South Station. At that time, I took $2,500 out of my budget. The town came up with the rest of the money for the cutter. We need to buy a spreader to make that set complete. So we have a cutter and a spreader on engine 4 and a cutter and spreader on rescue 2. So that's added $12,430. The rest of it is pretty much maintenance of vehicles, training, radios, vehicle maintenance, fuel, diesel, repairs to our pumps, sort of for generators, and our normal dues inscriptions to different areas, as well as our yearly maintenance on Cascade system, air packs, stuff like that.
Did you say an added 12,000?
$12,430 for the spreader.
I'm not seeing that. Do you know what line you put that in?
Yep.
Because I'm seeing,
It's under actually 0142220.01293.
The protective gear line.
I'm seeing that reduced by $4,000, not increasing by 12.
I've just added the different things we added to the budget this year.
It didn't actually result in an increase to the
Right.
line.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, it's a reduction in the,
Mr. Chairman, he's simply going over what the protective gear, et cetera, spend is proposed for next year.
Last year, we had to buy 10 new SCBA's to bring it up to 20, which has to be replaced at the end of this year. The year before that, we replaced 3, and you'll see in there that it's 4 more to bring it up to the 20 for next year.
okay. Does anybody have any other questions? Mr. Robertson.
Chairman, if I could ask the fire chief, just, I know that the chief is working on some grant writing and some other things, and maybe he could highlight some of that detail for the budget committee while he's here.
Yep, I hired 2 professional grant writers. We put a grant, they've already been sent in, they had to be sent in here a couple weeks ago. We've wrote a grant for a new tanker for $380,000, as well as our Cascade system is 25 years old, it's outdated, and we put a grant in for $45,000 for a new Cascade system.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
Could the select board member provide information relative to the 5.7% increase in the part-time employee, a la, I believe, stipend line?
Yeah, and I would defer to the chief to explain exactly what he wants to do there, but that is indeed what that is. We're not hiring an additional part-time employee.
I'd like to just clarify that first, that's not for me, that is for my firefighters. We work off the point system, and the officers get so much per month to do monthly duties.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the bottom line as read at 157,360, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. And I believe Rescue Squad is on page 28.
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson.
I would move the rescue squad budget in the amount of $55,278.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr.
Chairman,
Roberts.
I can give a brief overview of the budget and what I am aware is going on with the rescue squad. At this point, they have roughly 12 active members. I know they have a couple of other folks interested in joining right now. Cindy is also pushing to increase the ranks. I know she wants to spend some money on promoting membership in the rescue squad, becoming a volunteer. She was also anticipating that they are going to have larger numbers, and that's why she increased that stipend line on this budget. Beyond that, they've also got a warrant article that they're looking for support on, but I'll stick to the budget for now.
Are you, do you know if the actual for 2016 has got an outstanding amount being applied to it? Or are we actually at 8,000?
That I do not know, but Jan may be able to tell us.
The 111 line is totally expended
As of now?
as of now.
Okay.
Stipends have been paid, and if you have a question on the fire department, they will be paid next pay period.
And my other question was the training and seminars line, which has basically historically not been spent fully. Have any new bills come in on that or payments been made onto that? Because we're looking at 348708 for the number in the actuals here as of 11/17.
Actually, it's down to 2,277.
So it went down.
I can tell you that the rescue director spoke to that number, and when she gave us the increased number, we asked the same question, and she is actively seeking additional members, new members, and feels she has some leads, and that's what she used to justify the increase in the number.
It's an awful lot to have overspended on a line when we're trying to cut the budget down, is my only question. And now it looks like we're asking for more into it, another $635, which just oddly makes it a round number of $6,500. Mr. Verville?
Thank you. How many members do we have on the rescue squad? Do we know what the number is?
As I started, we have about 12 right now.
And do we know what number they're looking to increase to?
She is interested in any and all comers at this point, despite the fact that we have 12. We have 12 after 6 o'clock in the evening, and we have 12 on some weekends. There's a large amount of time where we have one, and you better hope that Cindy McHugh doesn't decide to go shopping or have a doctor's appointment if you're going to have a heart attack between 7 and 5, for example.
Would that be AM or PM?
That would be working hours. But that is the concern, and why, there's a concern on the select board as well that we increase the ranks of the Rescue Association.
Thank you. I think I'm going to start exercising.
Do we have? Yes, Mr. Giovanelli.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the training and seminars line. I'd like to. I heard the size. I wasn't looking up. I'm so sorry. It's just overspent typically, and we got to take something out. We don't want to end up on a default budget. So why don't we reduce it by $1,000? That's still above anything it's come in at for the last couple of years, and.
Would that reduction be $1,000, including the 635 that they're asking to increase, or $1,000 before the 635? In other words, are you?
I was thinking of bringing the total line to 5,500 instead of 65.
Okay, so we're not actually removing $1,000. We're removing less than $400 because we're just not increasing it another $635 as well. So it's not really a $1,000 reduction. It's about $300 and some odd dollars reduction
From the prior year. So I
Important distinction, actually.
It is.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Do you want to speak to it further or no?
No.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
So while I appreciate the need to cut money, and I understand this has been underspent historically, as there appears to be an active membership drive going on, it would be nice to have funds available in this line. The other thing I'll say is, we talk about having 12 and 11 are gone during the day at work, but with that training, where those people are at, and given Good Samaritan protection laws that we have in this state and in this country, this is money really well spent, because if I, God forbid, have a heart attack at work and somebody's trained to, if they're so inclined, to keep me alive, that's something I certainly wish they would avail themselves to. And it's for that reason, I will not support the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Cody?
Also, I do believe we have an aging population all over, which is just another consideration.
Any other discussion on the motion?
I'm sure these considerations have been made in the past when we've put the higher numbers than we've spent in place. So I appreciate these considerations. I do want well-trained people, but these are the considerations we make every year, and then we don't trim anything, and we put out a budget that doesn't get passed, and we end up in a default budget, and everybody hurts a little bit more than they otherwise could.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Rivell?
And that's an absolutely point is well taken, and I'm not going to argue that. But when I look at the laundry list, we're getting very close to the end, and I'm familiar with a lot of the budgets coming up. And so unless we choose to take a second bite at the apple on a lot of these budgets, we are not going to find the types of savings that would be, in my opinion, required to get this budget down. And so that's really the motivation to simply not support the particular motion.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of removing $1,000 from the training and seminars line, signify aye and raise your hand. 2. And those opposed? 6, and 1 abstention. It fails. We are back at the normal bottom, or the regular bottom line number of 55,278 being requested. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I hate being the only dissent. Somebody else, anybody?
You don't have me this time, sorry.
Yeah, you get used to it after a while. Government buildings.
Page 18 for...
That's 13. There's 19. How did I skip right by it? There's 18.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson?
I would move the government buildings 2017 budget in the amount of $89,081.
Are you sure?
I don't...
No. Hold on.
No. Page 18?
Oh,
government buildings, I'm sorry.
That's G.B.
17.
White. 17.
Page 17 is what I'm on.
Yep. That's why we had confusion. There we go.
It's not like I haven't missed a few pages.
Yes, $89,081 is what I see.
That is correct.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson?
we have Mr. Tibbetts, the man who supervises and administers the care of our government buildings, at the microphone.
I will turn it over to him to go over major changes to this budget.
It covers the part-time employee, which is me. It also covers the cleaning company, as well as the mowing for all the town buildings, telephone, contract services for central alarms for all the town buildings. It covers heating oil for the town buildings and propane for a central fire station. Any repairs, service calls to any of the town buildings. Rubbish collection for the George B. White. And supplies, cleaning supplies, salt for the conditioners or whatever. Filtration systems.
Has the rubbish collection gone up? It was always flat at 6,000, and now we're seeing an increase requested of another 1,104. And looking at your backup, I can't tell if that's an increase in what we were paying, or if we've added another receptacle, or...
It's not. It's increased, plus we're getting more trash, more collection too.
We rent...
More frequent pickup.
Okay.
Are
Mr.
we
Giovanelli?
producing more waste, or is it just a more?
It's based
kinda
on,
what I
we
was
have one for cardboard, we have one for actual rubbish. And it's weight, on the weight too, right? So if we're going a few weeks and it's real filled right up and it's, you know, it goes on the weight too, how it's,
Mr. Scott,
I'd like to address Mr. Tibbetts.
you may.
Sir, is there a reason why the government buildings do not use the transfer station?
I bring a lot of stuff down on a weekly basis, but would you want to be hauling, who's gonna haul that trash on a daily basis to the transfer station?
Well, just the citizens all use the transfer station, so it seems that the town should use it as well.
Mr.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, one of the reasons that we have trash collection in government buildings, particularly this one, is that we have commercial tenants in the building, and it's part of the lease that I believe will take care of their rubbish.
I was going to ask that question next. How much of this is offset by revenue from the leases? Because we charge them for rubbish pickup, don't we?
I
as
don't know
part of
the
their
exact
rent?
offset, but I know that that's one of the concerns here.
As well as the town produces a lot of daily rubbish too, between Parks and Recs, town offices and stuff, police department.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, if I could, I don't know the exact number, Joe is left, but I know that we have over 100 children involved in the after-school program here, which is, you know, a daily basis and generates food waste, that sort of thing. So we're not just talking about office paper. If we were just talking about office paper, we would probably pony up a pickup truck and take it to the transfer station.
It brings up an interesting point, because when somebody pays to be in that after-school program, I believe that money goes into his revolving fund, does it not?
My understanding is that it does.
Do we charge rent to them for the space that is then paid, or do we charge him for the rubbish pickup for the half that should be paid out of his revolving fund to cover the fee paid by the parents to have the kids here?
We do not break out specific charges. I know in years past, we have calculated what we feel the expense of the programs based on the space they use and the services they use. I do not believe we did that this year.
Mr. Chairman, I also like to say that Parks and Recs does donate a lot of money to this building. A few years ago, he paid for one of the furnaces down below. He's paid half, put air conditioning in down below. I mean, we're always going to him and says, can you donate money out of the
Understood, and I
revolving fund?
remember those. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not charging our tenants and then having some inequality that people might bring up and see and speculate on. I want to make sure, since he does have a special situation where he has a revolving account, that he pays his employees out of and pays for his programs out of, and in return takes revenue for those programs out of, that one of the expenses for his program is actually removal of trash from his program, and are we accounting for it properly, or are we passing it on to the rest of the taxpayers and not putting it specifically under payment from the revolving account where the money to put the kids there that generated the trash was generated?
I just want
Understand?
I just want to clarify that Parks and Recs do donate a lot of money to the town for
To me, it's
upkeep
just
of
a
this building.
parity issue. And that was why I brought it up. Any other discussion on the budget? Seeing none, all in favor of the bottom?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry, Mr.
In general,
Giovanelli.
in general, Mr. Tibbetts, repairs and maintenance, we've done a lot of stuff to this building over the years.
This is not for this building, this is for,
This is for all
fire
government
stations,
buildings.
Okay.
gazebo, stuff, material.
Oh, this is, that's right, too, we
Page
separated by
18 is
buildings. Okay.
GB White.
Except the rubbish for.
The rubbish,
Except
the
the
rubbish
rubbish.
is on this.
Because it's under all government buildings, I guess, but. Any other discussion, questions? Seeing none. Bottom line, 89,081. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, let's move on to George B. White.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson,
I would move the George B. White Building in the amount of $137,212.
Second.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson,
I would defer again to Mr. Tibbetts for discussion of the George B. White Building.
Mr. Tibbetts, you have the mic. Go ahead and give us a,
As you know, this year, we completed the 6-year project of doing all the windows and the siding. The complete build now has been completed on the outside. We also put a new roof on the 3rd section this summer. Now we're trying to spruce up and get the rooms upstairs, the town clerk, the police department brought up to date. We're gonna do a lot of painting this coming year. We wanna put carpet tiles in the rooms up there to make it a lot more office-friendly. We've done this room a few years ago. We've done a lot of stuff. We've done a lot of plumbing, new tanks, new water tanks, new hot water heaters. This is actually the last thing we need to do to bring this building up to where we can call it a been remodeled building.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to assume that's good news on the police station. So as a member of the Safety Services Steering Committee, we've been looking at the facilities of police, fire, and rescue, and, it's certainly been highlighted that the police station needs some updating. And so can somebody speak to what maybe is intended for that space? Is that something we can flesh out, or do we not really, Mr. Robertson?
I can take a stab at it. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Robertson.
I believe these are primarily cosmetic, paint, floor. I don't know if you're going to do anything with the ceiling, but we have no plans, just because of the expense, to address some of the issues that need to be addressed in the police department. This is to just make sure that the floor is actually covered in spots, there aren't tiles missing, that sort of thing, that paint
If I'm
that's
not
peeling.
mistaken, some of those changes that need to be made are not able to be done within the space itself because they entail things like a separate holding area for juveniles and whatnot that we do not have space for.
That's our understanding, yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Just a
Mr.
work
Verville.
environment. Just make it a better work environment, more office-friendly.
Mr. Verville.
So, certainly understood that. That's not really the vein I was going down, but certainly some of the partition walls in that space are not particularly robust. This would not include revamping some of those partition walls or anything like that, is that?
No.
I've seen no proposals for changing the wall structure, or one of the bigger concerns that, we're awaiting your committee's report before we move on, is extending the walls all the way to the ceiling in the police department if we were forced to stay where we are.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion? Mr. Giovanelli.
I'd like to pose the question of what's going on with, Mr. Tibbetts, what's going on with the diesel line? Why do we have it in there if we're not using it?
That's the generator, I
That's
believe.
for the generator. If the power goes out today and we're out for 24 or 48 hours, we're gonna use that money up. This is cushion in case if the power goes out. The tank is filled right now, but if we have a loss of power for a couple, 3 days, that's gonna eat that money right up.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
So we can anticipate the same question probably coming from the school side when we get the school budget. So there is a certain amount of sharing that the municipal side also does with the school, as the school is one of the primary shelters. So these lines are, you know, you get an ice storm and people lose power for days, and it's.
That's what my own little generator costs to run.
I have a propane one, 500-gallon tank, but it give me 3 weeks of running on that generator alone, and it's gone.
I would just point out that these lines have gone and have been overspent in the past, and the school board and the select board fight about who's going to fill which tanks, but it gets done.
All comes from the same well at the end of the day.
Yes, it's a very important line to have.
Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, bottom line of $137,212. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? The only one I still have listed that as not having been covered is VZ. Does anybody else have something?
Yes, this one more.
Which one is that?
Forest fire, water hose,
We've covered that already.
you have already?
Fully
Okay.
funded, thank you.
We fully funded that for you.
Okay, all right,
You weren't here, but we did it anyway.
thank you. Thank you again.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson.
As much as I hesitate to bring this up and extend this session, I didn't see town administration on the list,
No.
and we do have town administration folks here.
Aha. Let me add it. I was afraid I missed one. Let's do town admin next, then.
It's all the way back to the beginning.
Page 2, wasn't it?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson.
I would move the town administration budget in the amount of $236,305.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's open for discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Robertson.
I would defer to the town administrator, Jeanette Foisey.
I would then open the mic to her and ask her to please give us an overview of her budget.
All right, the increase, the main increase is, I am retiring at the end of April. New town administrator is coming in. I increased the telephone line. I also increased the maintenance vendor. We've received the bills on that. That includes our software system for your budgets, the accounts payable, payroll, general ledger, and all of the other programs that we use. Dues and subscriptions, I increased due to the fact that we have the excess of $30 that we spent, and those are dues that, for sections that we use.
And it looks like historically it's always been overspent, so it's good to
Right,
make that up.
so I
Yeah.
figured it was time to do that. And then I increased the meetings and seminars for the NHMMA conference, which is the management conference, NHMA for the conference in the November, and the NHGFOA, Primex, and employment law conferences.
I know that one big question I have, and I've only been, I think the first town administrator when I started on the budget committee was Cindy. I think she'd been here forever. I kind of got the impression it was like since the Civil War or something.
No,
That was Mrs.
well, let's go
Sanborn.
with
Oh,
80
okay.
1986. That make-
Different Civil War.
But I've seen us transition to new town administrators over and over. And one of the things that troubles me is something we brought up before, where we constantly see a person with extreme experience and knowledge and know-how of the town leave, and yet the person we hire to fill their shoes, who maybe has no experience in that area, or has limited experience, or has less experience, and we have to train them, comes in at a higher salary. And that's, from a private sector person like me, that's always troubling, because in the private sector, we would never do that. If we hired somebody with less experience, they'd get hired at less, and then there may be an agreement that if after the first year, they've proven that they're a great catch and we want to keep them, that we give them their bonus at that point and bump their raise up. But I know it's been a policy of the select board each time to increase that amount. So if you could address that, Mr. Robertson, I'd love to hear.
Well, I can address it a little bit. I will say that Cindy Heon was our first town administrator. She actually was, we made her town administrator. She'd basically been the Board of Selectmen's secretary for a long number of years. We decided to make the move to administrator and sort of push Cindy, whether she wanted to be town administrator or not, into becoming town administrator. When Cindy retired, you may well remember that we hired Leslie Boswack.
Leslie Boswack.
Who did an outstanding job for us. We got particularly spoiled as a select board, and then Leslie chose to leave.
Well, we did pay for a lot of training for her, too. I remember quite a lot of training lines were going up and up and up, and then
we did.
After we trained her, she did leave.
And the Board of Selectmen was very upset that she left. We had not very much notice and had to scramble to replace her. When we did replace her, one of the things that became readily apparent to the board was the same thing that happened with various other candidates. People that we interviewed that we were very interested in basically left the interview when they found out what our pay range was. And these were not people from, Boston or New York, or they were people from surrounding towns. In some cases, we were 35% off pay scale. I think Jan agreed to work very graciously with us over the past year and a half as town administrator. She's retiring. We're retaining Jan's services as we move along with the new town administrator. And I will say that the gentleman that we've hired as town administrator, he's here in the room with us today, Mr. Harrington, who's sitting here to my left, has not been a town administrator previously, but he has a wealth of administrative experience at the state level. And we feel quite comfortable that with Jan's help, he's worth what we intend to pay him and is a good thing for this community.
That was, my questions and my comments were not meant in any way to take away from John, who I've known a long time and I appreciate and respect, nor to take away from Jan, who I'm sorry to see leave. And I think that we all, from this board, I thank you for all the years you've given to us and your dedication and your service. It was just a matter of trying to, again, look at a budget that is 4.9% bigger and look at it from a different angle, maybe from the private sector angle of you bring in somebody that doesn't have experience, let them prove themselves for a year, and then you give them their increase. It's just the way I've always worked, but I understand where you come from as well. Do you happen to have, and it's probably not something that will change us voting on this now, but any kind of data that shows surrounding towns and what they pay their administrators, where we fit in it, and has anybody calculated what the actual increase is?
If I can speak to that, I don't have that information with me today, but I can certainly get it as a board member. I have looked at it and compiled it. I've also, as a board member who's interviewed people for the position, I have researched their salaries prior, and they range from a little bit less. Certainly, I believe Northwood is probably the lowest in the region, to much, much higher, like in excess of $90,000 in some case.
Did you calculate a percentage increase on the pay scale, Mr. Giovanelli?
On the line, it's 19%.
Well, I think is some of that overlap to cover Jan for 3 months? Well,
Some of that is overlap to cover
yeah.
Jan.
It's not line that we'd be looking at, it's the actual pay scale, which I think was going from 69 to 74?
I believe we use an even 75, Jan?
75, so 69 to 75, so it's gone up $6,000.
It's 8.7%.
An 8.7%
Uptick in one shot, new employee.
I mean, granted, every time I've gotten my biggest raises, it's when I move from job to job, but with that, I brought experience in the same industry. So people were willing to hire me at a higher rate. I was not necessarily making more than the person who was in that position before me, and they left. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes, Mr. Verville?
So I understand the point being raised, and I think we're probably on the same page, perhaps Mr. Giovanelli is too. I'm not sure, sadly, I'm not sure there's much point in us discussing this. This job has been given, it's been given at that salary, even if you strip the $6,000 or what, I think it's $6,000 out of the budget.
It will not change it, you're
It'll
right.
end up in the default.
And it will end up in the default.
And so the other, the other thing that sometimes we lose sight of is because, this is just in the default. So it's one of these lines that, with significant growth and very little, if any, ability to control it, other than at the select board level.
Mr. Giovanelli?
This salary would put you at about, it'd put you at the high end of a 28 for state salaries, as far as a labor grade. So it's not an unreasonable salary for a head administrative position.
At the state.
Well, a labor grade 28 at the state is, I have a financial analyst that's a labor grade 28. She's not running an operation with this many employees, but she is looking at specialized information with a special knowledge niche to understand. You don't find a lot of indirect cost specialists. But just just to make the committee more comfortable, labor grade 28, 29 to run an operation the size of the town doesn't appear out of whack from what I've seen.
Any other discussion? Any other questions? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the bottom line at 236,305, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay. What was the vote count on that, Mr. Chairman?
That was 7 to 9. I mean, 7 to 2 for our 9, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm getting tired here. And I would have been a no, except that, like you said, it's going to be in the default anyway. It's going to be something we can't control. It's been done. It's just something that maybe in the future, we should take a look at changing the way we do it. All right, are we now on VZ?
Yes, I can go to VC.
Page 53.
Is that our last budget, or did I miss one?
As far as I know, it is.
So we'll go on to warrant articles after that, and we should be able to hit our deadline. Which page was that?
53.
53. Mr. Chairman.
Got it here. Mr. Robertson.
I would move the VZ Park budget in the amount of $34,205.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Robertson.
I would note that nobody is here from the VZ Park Commission, and I will do my best to answer questions with regard to this. I have a general overview, but...
I thought the rule of thumb is if nobody was here, we got to zero it all out.
The Budget Committee can do that. I'm going to leave because I don't want to be on the board that closed the beach.
All right, we'll leave that part open.
If I can proceed, the primary thing that I'm aware that the VZ Park Commissioners are looking for is more staffing. In particular, I believe...
More lifeguards?
Yeah, more lifeguards, and they want to be able to use people to enforce the residential requirement at the beach as well.
Good idea.
And I think that's driving, I know that that's driving much of their increased labor request.
Mr. Robertson, given the incidents at the polls earlier this year, my question would be, do we have a defibrillator pack at the beach? And do we have people properly trained to use that pack at the beach?
That I do not know. Do we have an AED at the beach? We do. The lifeguards are trained in basic CPR, and all of the town AEDs are actually talking units. They talk to you as you...
I work for Phillips Medical Systems, and we make a few of those, and I'm well aware of how user-friendly they are, but it's still good to have an overall basic training to ensure that people place the pads properly and whatnot.
One thing I would mention, completely unrelated to this, as a result of the incident at the polls earlier this year, we now have an AED, or we've ordered an AED for the interior of the town hall, so you don't have to run down to the highway shed.
That's great.
And the highway shed unit was placed there. It's in an external position, so if something occurred at an event that was being held at the gazebo field, you wouldn't have to worry about the town hall or the highway shed being locked to get the defib.
Great.
We also are putting an AED at the transfer station, same way outside on the building.
And we don't have any worry about theft on those.
We don't, and I can tell you that having grabbed the one off the side of the highway station to run back to the town hall, there's a rather loud alarm that goes off and continues to go off. That was why
Oh,
most of
good. I
the-
was going to ask if there was a camera.
why
but-
most of the highway department was across the other side of their parking lot until I got back.
We're going to alarm the one at the transfer station too? Great. Any other questions?
I would just point out that the other increase, anticipating increased employees, they've also increased the uniform line, which essentially we buy the official lifeguard bathing suits for our certified lifeguards.
Like
We buy-
Baywatch.
Right, we buy them a sweatshirt as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Verville.
the miscellaneous line item, 690, can somebody address, that's a
Huge increase?
huge increase.
Yep.
My understanding is that this is for some safety features along the proposed, it's no longer proposed, it's actually been created, but along the paddle watercraft trail. I believe there's also some concern about lighting, and I believe the bulk of that expense was going to be for solar lighting, as I recall. They want to install some solar lighting just because the beach is open throughout the evening now, and there are no particular lights down there. We've had some vandalism, some other things, and it was thought that if there was lighting, it would keep it a safer environment. There was not a lot of interest in large commercial lighting that was going to use a lot of electricity, but they do have some proposals that they've showed the Board of Selectmen with regard to solar exterior lighting.
So we're not talking about the little units you buy at Home Depot that the battery dies and they go defunct and glaze over from the solar radiation on the solar panel within a couple of years. These are industrial solar lighting units.
Yeah, these were commercial lighting units, and I think the primary placement was going to be near the bathhouse.
I imagine VZ's on the patrol for the police.
It is on the patrol for the police, and the reason the select board has been agreeable to leaving it open the way we have is because there hasn't been much vandalism, but there has been a little bit, and we're trying to be proactive as well.
Did you have a comment, Mr. Scott?
No.
Okay, I thought I saw you move your hand.
No.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verville.
So as a relatively frequent user of VZ, you know, the uptick in the part-time employee is for the proposed park guard, which really is to, as it was explained in previous years when we had a representative from the commission here, was really to check residency permits.
Right.
And also, there historically had been issues with people using the boat launch at the western end of the lake and then parking their trailers. I have not been to VZ Park in several years where the parking lot's ever even been full, and that
Or close to it.
and that would include large birthday events and other events that have gone on. And so, for that reason, I'm not convinced that the addition of a park guard is warranted. And so I would make a motion to reduce the 01-45-2002.111 line by $4,928, basically to eliminate the park guard position.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that that line be reduced by 4928.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Robertson.
Yes, I would just speak against the cut. The VZ Park Commission, over the past several years, has brought this to us multiple times. The Board of Selectmen has at times cautioned them against moving in that direction, thinking the same as Mr. Verville, but they continually bring it back. They brought it back again this year and were rather vehement in their defense of it. So the Board of Selectmen has allowed it to proceed and are in favor of it.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
So I'm not sure what the current bottom line is relative to the paperwork that we originally received, but I'm going to guess that it's pretty close, within about $60,000. So there's a certain amount, in my opinion, a certain amount of moot point. But they've been coming for years for this. We keep going to default, so the position has never been held open, and the commission has been begged to bring, any type of quantitative data or evidence that this is needed or required, as well as, if it ever got filled, to bring data to show that it's effective. And given the fact that nobody here seems to be prepared to provide testimony that parking lot gets overfilled and it's because of people that are non-residents, and a large budget increase, that's the reason for the motion. If we're going to find it somewhere, this is one of the places.
Hold on. And Jan, did you have something to add?
I did. When the VZ Park Commission went before the Board of Selectmen, one of the reasons that they also put in, and they named it parking lot attendant for lack of anything else, was also to relieve the lifeguards of going into the men's room, ladies' room, filling the paper towel, toilet paper, whatever, so that they're not removing a lifeguard from the water. If there's something going on in the parking lot, there's something going on in another part of the park, there's another body there, so the lifeguards can continue to do what they're supposed to be doing. And that also, with the fact that we now have the ramp going in for non-power or paddle crafts, that's something else that this person could keep an eye on, to make sure that the cars aren't parking in the wrong spot, they're not, it's just a multitude of things.
Well, Janet, in this backup, they've called him a park guard, not a park assistant. And what is the WSI assistant? Would you happen to know?
That's the swim instructor, the second one?
No, the first person on the list, WSI assistant.
Must be the swimming and.
Water safety.
So we have one WSI assistant, water safety assistant, one lifeguard, and 2 weekend guards. So there's always 2 people on?
There should be, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville?
It's my understanding, and correct me if there's been a change in plans, but it's my understanding that the VZ Park Commission intends to contract out for swimming instruction. Obviously, there was quite the kerfluffle this year, as it was the first year in a great many where instruction was not offered by the commission, and for various reasons. And so it's my understanding that they're going to go with a third party to provide the swim lessons. So that burden, I assume, will be relieved from the lifeguards.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, as a selectman, I'm not aware of any third-party contract proposal for swim safety. That may be coming to us, but I haven't seen it at this point.
Yes, Ms. Levack?
When Jan was saying they were going to be checking on the paddle type of boats that would be going into the lake and making sure they park in the proper place, would it be possible for that particular person also to check for invasive weeds? Because that is an issue at the boat ramp. The Pleasant Lake Association has, on weekends, they have hired usually college students, and during the week, it's volunteers that mostly live on the lake who check for invasive weeds. If no one is checking at VZ Park, then there's a chance that invasive weeds would come into the park.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, the intent was not to have this person checking for invasives, although invasives were concern of the Board of Selectmen when we pursued having the paddlecraft ramp there. two things that made us feel a little more comfortable. There's no trailers allowed to back down the access way at the beach. Your craft has to be paddle in nature, and it has to be carried. So in discussions actually with some folks from DES personally, and I brought some information to the board about that, we are going to have clear signage, the state DES signage about checking, washing. I forget the exact, there's an acronym that goes along with the procedure. And the Board of Selectmen has told VZ that that needs to be in place. And that's part of the reason that that trail was not opened this year. There were some final specifications, both regarding safety and invasives, that weren't completed. But our intent was not to have this employee do that. But we are aware of the situation, and will have appropriate signage and information available.
Mr. Langlaw.
One comment to make in regards to that park attendant is, in previous years, if anybody's ever tried to gain access to the ramp on Gulf Road, parking can be very limited or non-existent due to the fact that there are vehicles for paddlecraft taking up the spaces on Gulf Road. So I suspect that once the ramp is or once the launch is opened at VZ Park, you're going to see a significant increase in traffic just from the current access from Gulf Road being transitioned over to the park.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
And that's duly noted, but it's my experience going to VZ Park that there is, ample is almost an understatement, amount of parking. So whatever spaces are taken up by paddlecraft currently at the boat launch certainly won't be enough to swamp what's going on at VZ. The fact that we lack quantitative data, any traffic, any user data, average daily attendance, et cetera, I just don't see any justification other than more or less a hearsay argument to support the addition. The budget's 4.9. We've got to find something somewhere. We've gone years without it, and the problem is certainly not getting worse. And I would contend, through the services of the police, responding to people that should not be parked there, that we may be trying to fix a problem that no longer exists.
Mr. Giovanelli.
I've got a couple points on this. One is that, just for consideration, it may not be a parking lot overflow issue, it might be a respect issue. You don't make a mess in your own backyard. If, Deerfield residents are going to take care of VZ Park. It's ours. We have pride in it, but even if the parking lot's not full, if you get people that don't have that ownership piece, they may not provide our beautiful park the respect it deserves. So that's one concept that I think might need to be thought about here, as far as we have someone check or not. Another concept is we could probably get to the same place a different way without a lot attendant, in the sense that if the sticker's on the car doesn't go to the beach. The person goes to the beach. So if the lifeguard wants to know if you really belong to Deerfield, maybe you should have a card instead of a sticker on your car, because then they can just go up to you without derelicting their responsibilities and watching people to make sure the place stays safe and say, hey, do you have your card? And explain that you're not supposed to be here if you're not. So I think we can do this differently for less money. I agree with this.
Could make that suggestion to the VZ Park Commission. Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, in league with what Steve is saying, it's more than just a respect issue. The Board of Selectmen has had an ear towards enforcing the residency requirement at VZ because it's in the deed that granted the property to us. It very specifically spelled out
Residents only.
Residents only, who can be a commissioner, and but there's never been a real push, but we try to stick to the merits of the deed as laid out, just so there'll never be a question of whether they were violated and put the property in peril.
Ms. Levesque?
Yes, so that means, Andy, that the people using the paddle type of boat would have to be a Deerfield resident?
That's true, and that was part of the reason that they were looking for this attendance. They thought there'd be increased traffic from people seeking to put their canoes, kayaks, and SUPs in there.
Ms. Cody?
So I would add, in view of that I don't think we will see a large increase in people coming from the dam, because some of those people, maybe at least half, I don't know. I live very close to VZ, and my son actually, when we first moved here, was in high school and had a job checking for residency. I've always felt that is not really you know, the way to do it. I think we need to more and more become more service and volunteer and responsible oriented rather than, you know, spending money. I mean, I myself, when I go over there, I like to take responsibility for what's going on, for, you know, whether it's a comment or, you know, whether it's trash or whatever. We all, I think, when we take responsibility, that's showing the ultimate respect as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, I think the water safety is a lot more important than checking for residency. And also, when I bike over, I don't have a card with me, you know, and I think you get to know
Fit a lot of
people.
bikes in the parking
You get to know
lot.
the regulars, that's for sure. And I think the regulars are the ones that do bear the responsibility, so.
Any further discussion? Thought I saw a hand over here a few minutes ago. No?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Scott.
could I address Mr. Robertson?
You may.
So has there, I know we've mentioned this before with Mr. Verval and others about data about this, but and maybe the police chief or anybody could speak to this. Is this I've never heard of this being a problem at all in the 10 years that I've lived here. How many incidences have there been, say, in the past 3 years of the police having to come down and remove people that weren't residents?
I don't believe that the police have been called in the last 3 years to remove anybody that wasn't a resident. They may have been called for other violations. We haven't been doing really any work at checking parking stickers because we haven't had the staff to do it, so.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We're still on the motion to reduce $4,928 to remove the parking lot guard. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of reducing the line by $4,928 signify by saying aye and raise your hand for count.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against? 3. Motion passes. Line's reduced. We're back on the bottom line, but the bottom line is now changed. Do you have a new number for us, Mr. Giovanelli? I see you typing away.
Well, I just did the increase amount. It's now an increase of 3370 altogether, so 34. Looks like the bottom line goes to 29,277. Anybody want to make sure my fingers aren't bad on that?
Add 4928 back to that number and see what it comes out to.
Yes, we're there.
Cool.
We can add and subtract.
So the new number we're discussing is 29,277. I knew you were good for something, being an accountant and everything.
Yes, 29,277 is the new bottom line.
Surgeon that blames the scalpel.
Any further discussion on the VZ budget with the new bottom line of 29,277 after removing the parking lot guard? Seeing none. All in favor of the budget at 29,277 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, same as to remove. We're going to move on, Mr. Verville.
So I believe that would bring us to the bottom line, and so I would suggest that we would allow the town to update the budget sheets, give us a new bottom line that we could move either at our next Thursday meeting or some subsequent meeting. That also provides members a chance to perhaps reconsider some things either way.
I would agree with you, and hopefully our percentage column will also be working on the next updates. Okay, we have draft warrant articles. I am going to allow Andy Robertson to walk us through the draft warrant articles. Keep in mind that the only ones that we, as a board, have any kind of say in are the ones that have a dollar amount.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Verville?
Just a point of order, if we could get a request put into the municipal association relative to that, I know there were court cases this year, so it may be worth asking.
Okay, we can do that. Would you take that?
I will.
Thank you. And the understanding and the reason, I'm familiar with the reasoning he's bringing this up for, that there are some warrant articles that although they do not have a dollar amount, do impact the budget. And should the Budget Committee be able to weigh in on and vote and express to the town whether we are for or against a warrant article that may not have a specific dollar amount, but does, in its language, end up affecting the budget in some way? Does that fully capture that for you, Mr. Verville?
Close enough for me, thank you.
All right. Mr. Robertson?
Sure, I'd be glad to just do a quick walkthrough. I would note that these are draft. I would also note that we have until, was it January 10th, I believe, to accept warrant articles.
So we will not be taking a vote on these, we're just going to get familiar with them.
Yeah, and starting with the second one, the first one, of course, is the operating budget. The second warrant article, this is the Winter Road Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund that we started last year. The $75,000 is in light gray because I believe that will be adjusted to reflect whatever does not violate the cap of proposed fund.
Based on?
What's in there.
What's in there now?
Yeah.
Can I just?
Sure.
So if I'm not mistaken, it's capped at 100,000, and according to testimony today, there's 75,000. So this would, if
It would be about $25,000.
So long as we don't burn it
unless we
between
don't
now
use
and
some
year-end.
because of storms between now and January 10th when we
Exactly.
finalize it.
Well, between now and January 1st.
Or January
Yep.
1st, yeah.
Which we're hoping for smooth sailing through November and December here. December.
Yep.
The third one, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $67,540 for the purpose of installing a 30,000-gallon emergency water cistern in the vicinity of the town hall, highway shed, and gazebo. This was brought to us by the fire chief, who is still here and can probably answer specifics if need be, but I can tell you that the general overview here was that we have the historic town hall, we have the wooden fire department, we have some other large structures in the center of town. If we go through another year like we had this summer, we tend to be short on water, particularly in our water holes.
I have one question. There used to be a house right there next to the fire station. Does it not have a pre-existing well?
That I do not know, but given the age of that house, I would almost bet that the pre-existing well was a dug well. I don't know if the fire chief can respond to that, because the
well is no longer there.
Okay.
it was a dug well, yeah. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in the previously established fire apparatus and equipment capital reserve fund. This is something we've done on an ongoing basis. We are generally in need of, and we actually have a plan. I'm not sure where it is kept right now. It used to be on the wall in our old meeting room of the equipment and apparatus that needed to be replaced on a scheduled basis. And we don't see that need going away, and virtually everything to do with fire and rescue is very expensive. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $26,600 for the purpose of replacing the town hall roof. This is based on some estimates that we've gotten. Clearly, this would go to bid, a competitive process before we moved on it. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $25,000 to be placed in the previously established municipal government buildings infrastructure expendable trust, and that would be to cover buildings like this, or town hall when the roof goes, when furnaces go, all of which have happened in recent memory. See if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in the fire department vehicle and equipment expendable trust. This is specifically for vehicles and other equipment.
None to be raised from taxation, yep.
See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the rescue vehicle and equipment capital reserve fund. Much the same thing. The next one is a little different. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,000 to be used by the Northwood Lake Watershed Association to control the milfoil in Northwood Lake. This is something that we put on as a warrant article last year. They're part of a multi-year program to try to, they're not going to eradicate, but control milfoil in Northwood Lake. And the reason that we have it on the Deerfield warrant, people not familiar with Deerfield's geography don't know that we actually have a fair amount of property on the Deerfield side of Northwood Lake. Property values are directly affected by whether your lake is choked to death with milfoil or not. The Board of Selectmen did not want to just write a check for $8,000 to the Northwood Lake Association, but we were certainly agreeable to letting it go forward as a warrant article for the townspeople to decide. The next one, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,600 for the purpose of installing LED light fixtures and 3 paddle fans in the upstairs of the George B. White Building. It's specifically for what it says, it's brought to us as a need. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be used by the Pleasant Lake Preservation Association to increase the number of hours for trained attendants to provide courtesy boat inspection at the public access ramp on Gulf Road. And this goes directly to what Mrs. Levesque was speaking of. There's a volunteer program. There is some paid component of it that comes from the Pleasant Lake Association, but it's not running as many hours as it should. Pleasant Lake is milfoil invasive free right now. We'd very much like to keep it that way. As I just mentioned, it has a definite effect on property values, which has a definite effect on what we get for tax revenue. If you happen to live on Pleasant Lake, you'll have some empathy with regard to that. The next one that doesn't have a dollar amount, but that I would really like to call attention to the Budget Committee and anybody listening, is to see if the town will vote to authorize a selectman to dispose of property acquired by tax deed at public auction. A number of years ago, a warrant article was passed in Deerfield that forbade the Board of Selectmen from selling properties that they came into ownership of, or the town came into ownership of by way of tax deed. We have a number of properties that we can't return to the tax rolls, that we can't realize any revenue from because we're not authorized to move forward with the auction sale of these properties. We made arrangements and started the process this year before, I forget which one of us, probably Jan, recollected that years and years and years prior, that authority had been taken from the board, and we really need that authority to be restored.
So is there no authority for any part of the town to do that right now?
Right now, it has to be approved by a vote of the town. And
Gotcha.
this was passed back when we had town meeting, and you could stand up and explain to everybody in the room what was being sold and why it was being sold, and it seemed like a good idea, but that's not the case anymore.
These next two are specific parcels you want to be able to dispose of, so you're asking for permission.
Yes, exactly.
You skipped over the veterans' tax credits, Andy. And that's one that falls under there's no dollar amount. However, this MBC should probably weigh in on it because it does impact the budget and it does impact people's taxes, because if we're giving a tax credit to veterans, and that number is likely to change at the state level for what municipalities are allowed to have for an upper limit, because we've put it forward again as another bill to increase the amount of credit that a veteran can have. But each town has to vote to either accept that, reject that, and has to determine what their dollar amount is. We only specify at the state what the maximum can be.
Right, and the Board of Selectmen's intent is to accept the highest allowable exemption for veterans. I believe there's also some question about whether this expands who qualifies as a veteran, particularly folks of the Vietnam era. I know as a selectman, it's been really frustrating. We've had people that have applied for the veterans tax credit who may have actually been wounded in battle in Vietnam, but they didn't happen to be there at the right time, so
That's
they
correct.
don't qualify as a veteran. And
There is a window, and I think we're looking to close that loophole at the state level as well. But there's a window, and there are areas, and you have to have served during that window of time in one of those areas to be able to qualify. So you may have been serving during that time, but you were stationed somewhere else, and you don't get to qualify, but this other person does. And like you said, he may have given a lot and sacrificed a lot and can't get the same credit that somebody who had a relatively less stressful time serving, because I believe there were some people qualified who served in the United States, never left the country, and were able to get the credit, while some people that had to go overseas didn't, so.
Right. And there will be more specific language on this, and quite likely on some of the other warrant articles, too. This is the draft, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at now, and we will clearly receive some citizens warrant articles as well.
I think you've got the right idea with this one, to try to keep it as open-ended as possible, if that's your intent, and don't seal in a dollar amount, because then you don't have to revisit it if the state continues to raise that amount, and keep it at whatever the state says is the maximum is what we're willing to do, unless there's a specific, is there no way to do that, Jan? You have to adopt a dollar amount, okay. So, unfortunately, I guess not. Andy, I did have one question, and it's just because as an English major, it still offends me that we say things like, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 when it says no amount to be raised from taxation. We're not raising and appropriating. Can we please check to see if that language can be changed? I'm going to have to talk to them, because we're not raising and appropriating, we're just appropriating. You're not raising it. None of it is to be raised from taxation. Yes, Mr. Verville.
Yeah, if we could return back to the third from the last, if I could ask the select board member.
The selling of the tax deeds?
Yeah, what is the purpose for the review of the Conservation Commission, Planning Board, and Parks and Rec? And do they have a negative authority on that, or is it just consultation?
They don't have any authority, but we feel as a board that it would be negligent of us to, if, for example, it was a vacant property next to the Hartford Brook ball field or something like that, there may be some real advantage for the town to consider holding on to the property instead of auctioning it.
Thank you.
And it's just advisory input that we're seeking.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to disagree with Selectman Robinson. The new wording from DRA is that the Conservation and Planning Board have a say in the matter. Parks and Rec was not included in that, but in doing my research, the body at one of the town meetings inserted that the Parks and Rec also look at the property, so I included it there.
Mr. Chairman?
In the one that passed previously,
Yes, where they rescinded, they took the.
took the authority away.
The authority out until, indefinitely until rescinded. They took that out and included Parks and Rec.
Okay. Mr. Verville.
So, do I understand you correctly that the Conservation Commission and/or the Planning Board would have a negative authority on the decision, so they could say no?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll let that pass.
Mr. Robertson.
No, I'm not going to comment.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Verville.
Would it be appropriate to solicit the advice of the New Hampshire Municipal Association to perhaps get better definition on this?
It would, and in fact, if needed, it would also be appropriate to ask the town attorney to look into it, because that's a big issue.
Because we'd want to know that before the first session.
Yeah, and I think the municipal association can probably give us the answer we need without paying the town attorney.
That's.
Go there first and.
Oh, absolutely. I'd always go there first.
Because first session, this will likely be a question.
Would you pursue that for us, Mr. Robertson?
Certainly.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the draft warrant articles?
How is,
Mr. Scott.
can I just ask a general question?
You may.
Without this authority, the town has to vote to sell, right?
Correct.
Does somebody have to bring a warrant article to it to make that happen?
Well, the Board of Selectmen would bring the warrant article.
The Board of Selectmen would bring the warrant article, right, and you'll notice
Okay.
the next two warrant articles on the bottom of the page, that's exactly what we've done.
These two specifically
Yeah.
ask about selling
Yep.
parcels.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the draft warrant articles or questions? Mr. Giovanelli.
I was thinking about Mr. Verville's comment about the Conservation Commission, the Planning Board, and Parks and Recreation to review, as it's stated in that first warrant article there. And it says, no town properties will be disposed of until reviewed by. It doesn't say they can say, it just says they can put their opinion in, so I don't see how they could block it.
That's why we're going to ask for an expert opinion on it. I think it's a good idea. Any other discussion on the draft warrant articles? Okay, seeing none, then we will go on to citizens' comments.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Verville.
if I may, actually under new business, if you'll allow it,
I shall.
I'd like to make a request of the school board member to get some background information since the introduction of Chromebooks and other sort of individual use technology in the classroom, how many we've purchased each year, if we've retired some, how many, what that's going to look like going forward, just when we get to that part of the budget, as well as what those dollar amounts are.
Just Chromebooks, or are you interested in any electronics that are taken home and/or used as a shared resource?
Yeah, I'm not particularly interested in necessarily a desktop station, but certainly anything that is highly portable.
Portable electronic computing devices?
Yeah, because there's two things. I'm interested in how many Chromebooks, how much it's cost us year to year to year as we've increased that investment. But I'm also curious as to what the diversification is. So are we sole sourced on Chromebooks, or are we using multiple platforms? So some data on that would be greatly appreciated.
So numbers and types.
Please. And cost.
And cost. Total cost or breakdown?
Year by year.
Year by
what they
year?
Spent, please, for the last.
Year
3
over
years.
year expenses or costs?
So the last 3 or 5 years, whatever's appropriate
Well, make a decision. What are we asking for?
When did we introduce Chromebooks?
I believe we started using them heavily about 2 years ago, but I believe 3 years ago is when we started
So 3
acquiring
years.
them.
So 3 years, please.
3-year run history would be fine.
All right, that request is noted. We will now move on to citizens' comments. Take the microphone, please.
I don't know if they have the minutes from the town meeting where we discussed the warrant article for the Conservation Commission and Planning Board, et cetera, to review the lands. Jim McIntyre, who was on the Conservation Commission, along with a few others, didn't want conservation land sold didn't want town tax land sold until it had been reviewed to see if it could go with a town forest or so on and so forth. So if you look at the intent of the town meeting's vote, you would look at the minutes of that town meeting. Just happened that I had done it in Raymond before moving here, and then they copied it and used it in Deerfield. And it was to be that if the Conservation Commission or Planning Board could not see it in a use, then the town could sell it for taxes. That was the discussion at the town meeting. So you would go with the minutes of the town meeting to specifically know what was intended, I believe.
Well, I think that the question that we were trying to get an answer to from the municipal authority is that whether there is an authority on the part of the Conservation Commission or on the part of the zoning, was it the zoning or planning?
Conservation Commission,
Conservation
Planning Board.
and Planning Board. Did they have an actual statutory authority to veto or say no to the sale, or is it just an advisory type of referral? So that's what we're looking for, is statutorily whether there's an authority existent.
There was statutory authority given back in the early 80s by the legislature so that conservation commissions could get tax lands, just as they can take the money that was meant to come back to pay the taxpayers back for subsidizing current use. That legislation went through and basically allowed that they could keep a portion of the LUCT.
So that's what we're going to be asking for their ruling on. Anything else, Mrs. Katie?
And could you find out how much has been contracted this year that the taxpayers will have to pay in the default budget, should the default budget pass?
We usually get that number.
We will have that.
Do you have a date proposed for when that might be available?
Jim, do we have a date yet that we'll have the default budget available?
Thank you.
I don't want the default, I want to know the contracted
Right, that's understood.
when we, that's understood, and when we get the default. So can we get that broken out when we get that default so that we can see it on the board as
I
well?
believe we can, yes.
Thank you. Any other citizens' comments? Seeing none, I will remind everyone that we just changed the meeting from Tuesday to Thursday. So from the 6th to the 8th, it will be posted as such. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you all.